Good morning. Thank you so much for coming at this early hour to hear a series of great short talks on from a variety of participants. So these are only going to be 5 minutes long, and the format is there are no questions. So I would like to begin by first inviting Mark Kirshner from Harvard Medical School.
Thanks very much. I'm very excited. It's my first 5-minute plenary talk. I hope. 4 minutes now. We'll take out your time, Franny. So, okay, I'm going to read it because obviously we can't get through it. The problems with the current journal publishing systems, I'm going to talk about priority in the biological sciences, are now so serious and so obvious that for us to continue on the same path seems irresponsible. I'm anxious to hear about the whether some version of the preprint server can be part of the solution. For us to consider reform, we have to keep in mind what lies beneath the fundamental purpose of publication, which we say is to communicate accurately scientific findings in a form that can be evaluated and confirmed. Looming large among these purposes is that a publication establishes a priority for the discovery. Priority is not simply the first to publish, though that is important. For a publication to be considered a priority, or the author should have sufficiently interpreted the results so that she or he can write an interesting and thoughtful work in a form that has reached a certain level of completeness, where the increments in knowledge is sufficient to warrant readership. A publication priority is neither an uninterpreted finding nor a mere extension of what is known. And I do think it is usually a story that comes out rather than a data point, though it could be a data point. Yeah, okay, fine. These descriptors are far from unambiguous. Despite the possible vagueness of priority, priority has been important historically. Today, priority is more and more important in the nitty-gritty of the competitive landscape for hiring, promotion, grants, prizes, and honors that we have inherited. As we ponder its importance, we should remember that assessment of priority is not always fair. Avogadro never calculated his number. Jacques Perrin did that 53 years after Avogadro's death. The Gaussian distribution was discovered by Dumois 60 years before Gauss began using it. There are big controversies, Newton and Leibniz for the invention of calculus, Darwin and Wallace for evolution, Scheele, Priestley, and Lavoisier for the discovery of oxygen, and Marconi, Bose, and Tesla for radio waves. As a cautionary tale, I recommend people look at the evidence behind the general assumption that Banting and Best deserve priority for the discovery of insulin. So priority is not perfect even in the present world. Should priority go to the first to publish? Should it go only to those who achieve the deepest understanding? Should it go to the most complete work? One concern I might have with the preprint server is whether it would encourage a flurry of overlapping preliminary submissions, but I think there are countervailing forces at work that might prevent this. Would publication in a high-profile journal still be the only way priority would be resolved? Definitely an imperfect solution. Since the defect in the present overloaded system is that decision makers often don't read papers carefully, how would professionals in science establish priority? Of course, there are more optimistic outcomes of the preprint server, which could open up science so that it is not a winner-takes-all system, thereby allowing more to participate. Priority could then be, as it should be, an historical assessment. Of course, I do not know how much that helps the individuals to know that years after their death, Wallace, Perrin, Dubois, Wallace, Scheele, and Bose have recovered some of their deserved priority. Contemplation and writing is the process that scientists engage in from the early discovery to the initial publication. In some cases, the time for contemplation is short. In the 80s and 90s, genes were identified at a breathless rate, cloned and sequenced, and publication can simply follow the findings. Little more was needed. At the other extreme, Darwin came up with his basic idea in 1838, and The Origin of Species was not published until 1859. Although this is extreme, it is not uncommon for scientists to let important findings marinate for some time before publication so that they can think about the results. Are delays a disservice to the community, or do they result in better and more significant publications? Do they produce fewer irreproducible results? How would any of our contemplated fixes of the publication system affect the constructive, contemplative delay that we engage in? Finally, there's the question of whether we wish publications to be complete and definitive, or whether we prefer a dynamic that is more participatory rather than eclipse them. In my mind, this argues most strongly against undue delay in review and publication process. Scientists should not be forced to publish too early or burdened by quarrelsome reviewers and editors whose critiques demand months of unnecessary effort and delay. The present publishing system evolved, and science evolved with it. Publication, especially the high-profile journal system with for-profit publishers employing professional editors, adapted to the point where it has optimized many features, but most of us today find it severely maladaptive. True, it balances between competing needs, but it's far from an optimal balance. As we contemplate a new system, we must keep the goals of science in mind and learn from experience. Above all, we should remember why we publish. In 1628, William Harvey answered that question succinctly in The Motions of the Heart, his description of the circulation of blood. He wrote, "I have been moved to commit these things to the press in order that all may be enabled to form an opinion both of me and my labors." Things haven't changed.
And next we have Ruth Lehman from New York University and HHMI.
It's also my first 5-minute talk, and that I'm reading, actually. I also decided to do that. So I've been a PI for almost 30 years, and I've trained students and postdocs, and now, in addition to running a lab, I'm also involved in faculty recruitment and mentoring and promotion. So this process of how to train, select, and promote scientists and how to evaluate the impact of science are very important to me. I focus my remarks a little bit more on sort of the sociology of science. My thoughts are not new, and they're conceptualized also by reading Robert Merton and also an interesting article by Jerry Gaston. And plus, I sent around this, the materials that were sent by Ron and Jessica and Tony to other colleagues and present and former postdocs, and had lively discussions with them. I confess, after all of those discussions and readings, I think the preprint system is a good idea, but there are concerns that our community will have to deal with and will be at best a step in the right direction. We all know that our publication process has many flaws. As put by one of my junior colleagues so succinctly, the process of publication is random, slow, and daunting. Preprints are one way to address some of these shortcomings, and I will focus on priority. Why priority? I'm not sure how many scientists were drawn to research because they wanted to be first or win a prize. I rather assume most of us were drawn to science because we were curious about the world around us. But our institutions and we as a community of scientists want to see winners. The Explorer in the Nature TV shows, the movies, or the Nobel and Breakthrough Prize winners, or a reference to our work on the first page of the New York Times makes science accessible, and it's exciting to the public, and it's important for our view that we get from the public. But the reality of science is very different and usually not particularly glamorous. We are in it for the thrill of doing experiments, the little excitement every day, and the rare discovery. We're driven to make lasting impact by understanding something about nature that we did not know before. We're certainly not in it for the money, and usually not for stardom, which elevates probably less than 0.1% of scientists into the public limelight. But we do not want to be scooped. We want to make sure that our contributions are recognized. Preprints would allow us to place a flag in the ground, but a preprint, as one of my former postdocs said, could also encourage a bigger lab to beat them to publication. Some fields may be more agreeable to preprints and fear the misuse less. Dissemination of methods and reviews, for example, but here priority may not be such a hot issue anyways. There are additional ways to establish priority, to use the date of first submission, irrespective where the manuscript ends up eventually, rather than the date of publication, to establish priority, even for papers that are initially rejected. And it could also be used for posters and oral presentations at society meetings, where preprints could really become a forum of discussing unpublished and not yet at the stage of publishing results. And this could actually really improve the quality and the discourse at scientific meetings. Let's assume we can do better in establishing priority more accurately with a preprint system. Would this ease the climate of fierce competition for resources or the threat of irreproducibility? Is it worth to open research up further to the public domain, as we discussed last night, even in the danger of flooding the system with preprints that would never be published and possibly disseminate or sloppy and fraudulent research? Of course, hopefully those papers and scientists aren't in the minority and can somehow be weeded out, as we said yesterday, but it seems a difficult enterprise. At the end, it is up to us to make the system work. Are we willing to acknowledge the work of others, agree that ideas are usually not generated in a vacuum, and that the second paper is important beyond confirmation? But as long as the motto of award is, it is important to be first, it's more important to be first than right, as I heard from a very senior, very acclaimed scientist, preprints may make lawyers happy, but may not decrease the dilemma of publishing. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Marty Chalfie from Columbia University.
So there's not much really to add to those already, but I'll try to give some random thoughts about this. I'm going to differ a little bit from Ruth in saying that I think that one of the joys of doing science is finding out something that people have not known before, that these discoveries, both big and small, are what actually makes science a real joy for doing things. And then once you've had that personal joy and personal satisfaction of seeing something new, there's this next stage, and I think it's this next stage that we're really talking about. We all agree that the discovery is wonderful. Being able to get the recognition or the credit, more than recognition, but credit for having discovered something, is something that I think we put a priority on. The problem, I think, in terms of priority is that we all have a very different view of what history is. We know what our colleagues do, we know what we do, but we don't know what people at another institution are doing who may very well be doing the same thing at the same time. And so we get conflicts of history, and I'm sure all of us have had experiences where we believe we have made discoveries only to find somebody else saying, oh, I know somebody, didn't you work for so-and-so when you did that, or didn't you do this other thing? And so this is always an issue. I wonder if priority is actually that important. I think we do feel it a lot, but I don't know if this comes from our natural pessimism or insecurity that these are things that we really want to have. I think we worry sometimes about whether, we don't always worry of where we are in a pecking order, but maybe other people do. A scientist I know of was up for a review for funding and was basically being raked over the coals by a review committee telling him nobody cares about the person who came in second. And the line that was actually used for him as an example is, everyone knows Neil Armstrong, nobody knows who was the second person on the moon. And the scientist, as he walked out of the room, muttered under his breath, Buzz Aldrin. So I'm not really sure that being second is that bad. there's been plenty of awards given for people that have added to what knowledge we have from things. But I want to get really more to this point about preprints, of whether preprints will establish priority. We've been trying to establish priority in many ways over the centuries, and people have done it in different ways. There's a wonderful story that I first heard on This American Life, talking about Galileo trying to establish priority by sending Latin anagrams to Kepler, so that in the future he could decode these and show that he was the one that discovered these things. And Kepler apparently decided he was going to decode these anagrams himself, and being sort of poor at Latin, translated these or rearranged them to two statements. One, Kepler completely fouled up, but his conclusion was that Mars had two moons, which of course is true, but wasn't known for about a century and a half after they had both died. And the second one, he also misdecoded and said Jupiter has a red spot that moves around. Also true. So does he have priority for these things? Not really sure. I'm not sure that preprints will give priority for a legal claim, because that's going to, for a patent or so, that's going to come from the lab notebook and so on. Where I do see preprints having a very, I think, an important effect is the fact that there is a lot of serial submission. And so that once the preprint is out for the first time, even if the paper gets rejected, then there is a record of when that was put in. So to some extent, I think there is a very definite thing. Another thing that hasn't been mentioned is that I think having the preprints and the revisions, that may cause actually a problem of when was the priority, because the ideas are going to change. Everybody's work changes by comments and reviews by people. And so when is the priority? At least there is a record, and I think this means there's going to be this is going to be a real boon to historians, because we no longer keep our versions of our manuscripts. They're not written. We delete them from our computers. No one has a record of how the thoughts were derived. So I think that there will maybe be this added benefit as well. Thank you.
And our next talk is from Maria Lepton from EMBL.
I don't know whether you said EMBL or EMBO.
Both, I should say. Yes.
I'm only a guest at EMBL. I have a little lab there, and I'm here really for EMBO, the organization. EMBO really reflects the community in Europe of leading researchers in the life sciences. That's one aspect, but we also publish 4 journals. And so in that regard, our thoughts on publishing are really driven by what the community wants. And it's, okay, so let me just get a few examples. Our journal innovations are driven by the needs of community. So historically, for instance, we've introduced the transparent review of publishing the reviews. We've introduced referee cross-commenting, where referees discuss papers or give feedback on each other's comments, which has now, of course, been much further developed by eLife. We have scoop protection. If you submit and somebody else publishes a similar paper while in revision, that does not disqualify your papers. So I think there's second won't do, and you've got to be first. That really has to go out the window, and we're doing our best to do that. I'm not going to talk about data deposition and image checks unless it comes up in later discussions. With regard to today's discussion, recent changes that have been done with the ASAP in mind are no reformatting. So you've submitted your paper to science, it didn't fly, send it to our journals, and it goes in that format, and not until later do we mess around with such details. And then finally, most recently, we've introduced one-click transfer from bioRxiv. So you've got your stuff on bioRxiv, it takes one click to get it into the EMBO journals, and I don't see why everybody else shouldn't introduce that. Okay, now with regard to this meeting, this is just to say that one can do gentle revolutions, and that's actually one of the things that I will wish to advocate. I don't think we've got to reiterate everything that's broken, that's been done so many times. And we've also got many ideal scenarios, you know, Leslie and Mike and Ron. Everybody has wonderful discussions here, and we all agree that proposals, that they're good. So I'm going to do two things. I'm going to say on one hand, it's not going far enough in some cases, and in others, I want to throw a spanner in the works and say, let's take it easy, let's go for evolution and not only for revolution. The thing is, the community is incredibly conservative, and if we want to get anywhere, if we plan right past the community, we're actually not going to get anywhere. I'll give you an example. Open access is now really old hat. I recently, a paper that was, a piece of work that was done in a big collaborative effort, was being written up by a wonderful colleague at Princeton. We finally decided it's time to think about which journals. She says, what about this one? What about that one? I said, well, I don't like the publisher. I don't like the editor. It's too high. This one. Yeah, great, I say. That's fine. Let's try that one. And then I sent that off, and then I sent another mail following, but is it open access? And she came back and said, oh my God, you mean you can't do that? I'll look for something else. So here's an advanced researcher who thinks there are people out there who can't do open access. You have to savor that. So she thought I didn't want open access, whereas I was saying it has to be open access. So that's how uninformed the community is, and we have to keep that in mind. So we don't want to go past them. So I think, you know, we've got all these wonderful thought experiments. Let's do them, but let's get everybody along with us. So first of all, where do I want to say we have to do more? Bernd Pulverer already mentioned this yesterday. The term preprint for me in itself is a little bit difficult, because preprint signifies that we're just dumping something that we're about to publish in a real journal, which is of course a little bit how archive works. But I think that'll serve only part of a solution, because there is so much that will never make it into a real paper that should go out there. So I think we have to, and that's good quality stuff. So we have to find a home for that too, and I hope we can think about that a little bit. So now in terms of less, I think our main challenge is to fight the inertia of the system. It's a closed ecosystem where we're conflating research assessment with publishing, and we've seen how hard that is. I mentioned open access. We also see that by no means all journals have gone open access, and the non-open access ones aren't even suffering, in spite of mega push, including from funders. Other innovations like eLife, you know, if the community doesn't go along full power, and if even senior people publish their big papers in Cell and not in eLife, then how is the rest of the community expected to go along? So let's keep that in mind. My plea would be not to try to disrupt publishing, but to grow something alongside publishing and make sure we take the community along. So who can push? In the case of open access, we've had the fantastic move from funders that they mandated open access. That has, of course, led to change. How could funders advocate change here? Can they, for instance, advocate regular release of data packages? I think that would be a dream scenario. If the funder said, you know, every half year, we want a little package of information that you or your graduate students have done. I'd love it if I could tell my graduate students that. I can't get them to write up every half year what they've done. So there would be, but it seems to me to be much more difficult. So where can the pressure come from? And I think really the trouble is, in the very end, it's us who have to do it, and if we don't do it, then nobody else out there is going to do it. And I think that's another challenge we have here today. How can we ourselves, as good examples, go ahead, and what will be the incentives that we can offer the people out there who are not the dreamers in this room, but the ones who drag their feet to come along with us.
And next we have Eliot Zerhouni from Sanofi.
Thank you. So when Ron and Danielle called me and invited me to come to this meeting with Harold's encouragement, I immediately agreed, because one of the issues that I felt of deep relevance when I was the NIH director was the fact that there was an uneven distribution and sharing of knowledge, and that we needed to absolutely change that. In fact, when you looked at the history of publication and sharing of knowledge, and really this is something that people don't appreciate until the beginning of the 21st century, there was self-publication. There were some societies that allowed you to publish your work without much filtering. And the best example I can give you in my field is Röntgen, who did his work and discovered the X-ray in November, published it around Christmas in December of 1895, and then I have a record of Johns Hopkins in April 7th of 1896, so about 4 months later, when the hospital decided to purchase a Röntgen, they called it Röntgen, they didn't have the name right, apparatus for studying patients. Contrast that with Mendel, who did his work for many years and published in a not so obvious or not so prestigious journals, and his work was forgotten for 40 years. And so the key question becomes, how do you transmit scientific information in a way that is valuable to both society as well as to the individual? And that was the real center of the public access debate I had when I was at the NIH. And I learned a lot about the ecosystem of publication, scientific publication at that time. And it was really interesting because Annette Thomas was actually the publisher of Nature. If you remember, we had a lot of arguments about the value of having prompt, widespread access to scientific knowledge versus quality control. In other words, having a quality system that filters that. Now, contrast this with where the world is going today. I mean, today everything is big data in the cloud. The cost of terabytes of information is basically nominal. And when you really think about the benefits to society, you can't but imagine that fast sharing, wide diffusion worldwide is of great value to humanity. There's no question that we need to achieve that. Now, in many other fields, the information revolution has, in my view, led to what we call disintermediation. In other words, when you take Uber, basically you're disintermediating all the taxi companies and all the privileges they had in controlling, if you will, the flow. I know that personally because I spent a lot of time in Paris. And Paris, if you don't have a strike every week, something is wrong. And so taxi strikes one week, and then the Uber driver strike the next week. And you realize really, truly, what the challenge is. And the challenge from my point of view is the intermediation, are the intermediates that come between the creation of scientific knowledge and its diffusion adding value or not. And what you find when you look at public access is that over time, the value that was added by peer review was also counterbalanced by the barriers and the filters and the economic models that were imposed. And so that you had a distortion as well as an improvement in supposed quality. So when you looked at the 20th century, the thing that also distorted the system, if you will, and advanced it at the same time are funding agencies. So when the NIH came about in the 30s and 40s, and then the financial incentives became very strong, what happened is you saw the rise of communities around journals, and journals that were major sources of economic support for these societies. So in the beginning of this century, what you're finding is that in the funding agencies, you have a system through the indirect cost, through whatever we support, that essentially supports an intermediary system between fast diffusion, rapid diffusion, self-publication, which was what the freedom of a scientist is, after all. Why can't I just publish what I did? Versus value to quality, filtering, having a guarantee that somehow, somewhere, the evaluation of the funding agency is going to be vouched for by an independent review system. Now, when you look at that and you look at this conflict between the two, you say, why is it a conflictual situation? It may not be. In fact, when you look at evaluation of grants and peer review system, what I always say is that peer review is done by us. NIH, I mean, I see Richard Nakamura here. I mean, Richard, who does a peer review? It's not like unknown bureaucrats who are sort of named to do peer review. It's us. But it's really us. So I think that having a position that says that we as a scientific community would like to have preprints as part of the evaluation of both the application as well as the productivity of the application. It's really a matter of our community coming together and asking the NIH to embed this in its standard operating procedures. So from my point of view, I think there's nothing more important to truly push the movement towards having large, fast access to scientific information, but then come up with a mechanism by which the community will be self-policing. In other words, if you don't have a commitment to quality, then all of a sudden the signal to noise that you're just putting out there becomes, in my view, a questionable value to society. So those are the two things that I would say. Possible, but you have to really maintain quality.
Now we will have another adventure in video conferencing with two remote talks. The first of which will hopefully be Vijay from NCBS and the Department of Biotechnology in India. Oh, excellent. Okay, and great. So I will turn the podium to Vijay.
Well, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
If so, good. Yes. So I won't take long, lest the connection fail. It's absolutely fantastic to be here, and I've been, following the debate on Twitter, Facebook, from real scientists too. I'm just kidding there. It's very important for India. So very briefly, the idea of preprints is driven primarily about concerns about speed of publication, as defined by becoming publicly accessible without cost to readers, and speedily, of course. Now, this is unquestionably a gain. However, there are issues that are critical to resolve if the evolving landscape is to be optimally configured. One issue is the cost of uploading preprints. Archives costs are estimated, I think, about $1 million-ish a year. The cost of bioarchives to Cold Spring Harbor are likely to be approximately equivalent. So some long-term provision will have to be made for bioarchives, and the pros and cons of archive CUL model will need to be thought through. It's important that countries such as India actually contribute to this and share the costs. That's important. A second issue is the dependability or otherwise of preprints uploaded on bioarchives as literature. This can be seen to connect to Ron's issue about the connection between bioarchives and journals, and Mike Eison's point about the inevitability of change in the journal landscape itself. One way to address this may be to think about providing a time-bound link from bioarchives to a technical pre-review and publication output, such as PLOS or science reporters and so on, scientific reports and so on. A major problem, particularly for researchers in countries such as India and developing economies in general, is again the current cost of publication, even in PLOS. It's expensive for us, which effectively discriminates against resource-poor researchers. It may be appropriate to begin thinking about the possibility of bioarchives linked journal sites for such publication based in low-cost economies, at least, to reduce these costs substantively. And India would be a very attractive possibility for this purpose, and Indian journals similar to PLOS for example, run by the Indian Academies of Sciences could be an option. A third issue is the necessary step of changing the way that funding agencies and career review committees evaluate credibility, which is currently done by looking at the journals in which publications have come out. Even though, I wonder if Emily Marcus is there, she contends that committees actually, in practice, act more sensibly. But let's see. But we in the Indian life science funding agencies are thinking about practicable and sustainable modalities for this change. And one possibility we are exploring is to ask for submissions of collated summaries of published bodies of work accompanied by journal blinded publication lists, distinguishing both peer-reviewed and non-peer-reviewed categories for review processes to provide a primary review, and judgment about credibility is based on this. This can be done institutionally if there is a way by which this could be constructed online, and I think it can. So I won't say anything more. I think this is absolutely fantastic that this meeting is going on, but just to add that India will be prepared to put in both the interactive space for whatever comes out of this, but also to support in kind any venture which comes out. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Glenda Gray, who's also video conferencing, I believe. Yes? Okay. Oh, I think we just lost her. Yes. Oh, hello. Yes. Okay. Glenda is from the South African Research Council.
Good morning. So I'm going to talk to you both as a scientist and as the head of a funding institute. So I am the director, the president of the Medical Research Council, and we are like the NIH. We both fund and we conduct research. And as a funding institute in Africa, we obviously have very limited funding, and sometimes as a funding institute in Africa, we have difficulty in getting reviewers to review some of our projects and our proposals. So for someone whose main aim is to fund and conduct research that impacts on the lives of South Africans, and because of our funding constraints, we concentrate on the 10 most common causes of death in South Africa. Sometimes grey literature, as we would call preprints, are helpful, and they may help us in allocating funding for preliminary or ongoing research. So often we get a request for funding, and there's some preliminary data, there's some peer review, and if we wanted to elicit further peer review, a preprint or publishing in a grey literature may enable us to make funding decisions on innovation. And sometimes for us, we may lack access and have an inability to peruse the methodology if there were not things like preprint. So there is advantage as a funder, particularly for innovation. It gives us an ability to look at the methodology and to get some idea on the reproducibility of the experiments. So I would say definitely as a funder of research, there would be interest in looking at evaluating preprints. We know that preprints do establish precedent. They help solicit feedback, which is important for funders, and there is a work on revision which one can watch over time. And so I agree with the other speakers that it does not take into account impact, and it should not be used to evaluate impact or productivity, or should not be associated with tenure or promotion. And so I would agree with the rest of the people who spoke before me. But if we have to look at South Africa or Africa, one of our charges also is to grow the next generation scientists. And very often, African scientists lack mentorship. They lack support in publication, in how to write articles and how to publish. And the grey literature or the preprint may provide a very valuable opportunity for African scientists to fine-tune their skills in writing, as they develop the revisions and go for publication. So I do see this as quite a valuable step, possibly, to interact in grey literature and help our early scientists, particularly in the clinical realm, to improve their writing skills. As a scientist myself, I want to make a comment about being second. And often in clinical science, the first people can be wrong. And we've often seen proof of concept trials being established, and a good example is the Caprice 004. It was a proof of concept tenofovir gel study that showed that pericoital use of tenofovir gel could prevent HIV acquisition. And this was a proof of concept study, and we have not been able to reproduce that data in more robust trials. And so it's very important. Sometimes second is better. Because you conduct much more robust experiments. And so I don't, as a clinical scientist and as a clinical trialist, I see value of repeating the experiment, because these data are important because these are the things that we're going to take into clinical practice. This is the stuff we're going to use for evidence to convince our governments to pursue these interventions. So it's very important to get it right. But also, one of the debates that we're having in South Africa, which I thought I would brought up, is around public access. And we support public access of data. But my African scientists are concerned that by North American and European scientists having access to African data means that they can publish the data sets much quicker than our African scientists. And my African scientists are compelling us to write some reviews and some opinions about how we feel about open access. And while we believe in open access, we do think there should be amnesty for African scientists. Allow us time. We don't have lots of time. We don't have lots of statisticians. We don't have lots of support for writing. And so we need time to trawl our data, and we need time to look at our data before we give it to people who've got desktops and project managers and statisticians, on call. And so we do need to level the playing fields for African scientists, and we do need to make sure that the data that we generate without public funds, we can have a first go at before it's given over to people who have much more or much better equipped to publish than we are because of their situation. And so that is just one thing I think is an important thing about public access. And when we talk about public access, we should also consider the African scientist that's generated the money with using taxpayers' money in Africa. So I think that's what I'm going to finish with, just to say that I do support the use of grey data, particularly in evaluating innovation, particularly as funders, as we make strategic funding decisions. Having some data out there allows us to scrutinize innovation much more strategically, and allows us to make good funding decisions. So thank you very much.
And next up, Randy Sheckman from UC Berkeley. Eli.
Thank you. If I can have my slides, please. Well, for the first 45 minutes of Paul Ginsparg's talk last night, I had the sinking feeling that I was about to be rendered redundant. After all, the great sport that we all like to engage in, next slide please, is to consider journal editors as something subhuman. Even journal editors make fun of each other. But the fact is that we serve a role in vetting the literature and vetting publications that goes beyond merely providing a seal of approval for young investigators who seek careers in science or in biotechnology. We all in this room have served as referees on papers. We do so because we feel a commitment to the larger community to improve what people wish to publish. Now, at eLife, we spent a lot of time thinking about the problems associated with the review process, but we nonetheless feel very strongly that peer review is here and it will remain, and it was clear from last night's presentation that even in the physical science community, peer review is embraced by what we heard was likely more than 80% of the papers that were posted on the Physics Archive. At eLife, we have always felt that the investigator should be put in front. We have encouraged investigators to post their work as soon as it's reviewed. Indeed, when we first started and we didn't have a website, the first authors of eLife papers, we encouraged to have them simply post their paper on their own homepage. So what are the impediments to the review process that make our lives so miserable in getting our most important work published? One of the biggest problems that we've identified and sought to overcome at eLife is the tendency, particularly at the high end, for journals to be excessively exclusive and to limit the space that's offered to authors because of the anachronistic use and and have decisions based on the print model of publication. You all know that we have had problems with reproducibility. The Amgen study of some years ago suggested that a majority of papers published in cancer biology could not be reproduced. Now, part of the problem may be an improper use of statistics in the evaluation of data, but I would argue that it is the pressure that we feel as investigators to publish in a very few venues that has led to distortions in scholarship. And I use an example, a quote from a report issued by Glenn Begley, the lead author of the Amgen study, on my next slide, as an example of this unreasonable pressure. So please read with me. Begley met for breakfast at a cancer conference with the lead scientist of one of the problematic studies. He said, "We went through the paper line by line, figure by figure. I explained that we redid their experiment 50 times and never got their results. He said they'd done it 6 times and got the result once, but put it in the paper because it made the best story. What good would it be to have such work posted online without a proper vetting system?" Let me then share with you a few more reasons that I think the publication process has been delayed and things that we've attempted to attack in our editorial model at eLife. There are excessive demands on at the time of reviewers. Every journal editor experiences this. We all are asked to do too much, and it's inevitable that deadlines come and go and papers are delayed as a result. There is, as a result of the pressure for exclusivity at the high end, there has developed a culture of excessive criticism that leads to lengthy papers with unreadable supplementary data that goes on and is never read, even, I fear, by reviewers in the initial review process. Further, as a result of this, there are repeated rounds of review and re-review that lead some papers to languish for a year or more. I recall meeting a young author who was proud to tell me that he'd published in one of the high-end journals, but it took him 4 years before his work was published. Who is served by a process that results in such delays? There is also the problem, and this is endemic in all journals, of indecisive reviewing editors who receive critiques from sometimes 3, 4, and 5 people, are unable to judge the disparate comments and simply send the revised paper back to all the referees or add referees, thus adding more time to the process. Further, I would argue that the embargo policy of some of the more established commercial journals has slowed the review process, has slowed the publication process down dramatically, and we at eLife have taken a position against the embargo process. So I remain a firm supporter of the peer review system. I think it is unlikely to go away. I think it adds value to the literature. But the challenge for those of us who care about this is to find ways to speed that process, to make it more reliable, and to improve the output of our efforts. Thank you.
Next, we have Emily Marcus from Cell Press.
Hello, everyone. It's really great to be here at what is already such a fantastic meeting on this super important topic. I think for the journal editors and publishers in this room and those listening beyond in the Skype sessions, we sit at the sort of crucible of the selective pressures to evolve the current publishing system. And most of you might think that's sort of unwelcome or scary, but in fact, it's a fantastic place to be. Journals were born to serve science and the scientific enterprise, and it is the publishers and journals that think constantly about how we can improve the service that we provide to the scientific enterprise. And while many people here go back to day jobs of thinking of running institutes and discovering new knowledge, the publishers and journal editors are going to go back to thinking 24/7 about how we can better serve science in the processes that we have. And if you think that's, if that rings untrue to you, I think it's because you then really don't understand what journals and publishers and editors are about, and it's sort of the equivalent of saying that scientists aren't in it for discovering new knowledge. So I think it's a very exciting place to be, to really think about where publishing and scientific communication is going to be 5 years from now. Sort of switching topics a bit, I was asked probably 10 times or more last night, what is Cell Press's policy on preprint servers? Will you consider manuscripts that have been made available on a preprint server? So I wanted to read verbatim what it says currently on our information for authors on this point. If you have questions about whether posting a manuscript or data that you plan to submit to this journal on an openly available preprint server or poster repository would affect consideration, we encourage you to contact the editor so we can give you more specific guidance. In many cases, posting will be possible. So there's two things I want to point out about this statement, two positive things. One is that the editors at Cell Press are accessible and available, and you can call and talk to them at any time. And second, more relevant for this audience, is that in many cases, posting will be possible. So we really are looking for opportunities to make it possible for authors to post their manuscripts on a preprint server. So why then so equivocal? Why the maybe? I was asked this morning, do I have a simple statement about Cell Press's policy? And I do. It's a maybe. And the answer is that for the same reasons that we're having this meeting. I think there are still a lot of issues to discuss, things to be worked out, questions to be talked about and resolved. And in talking to authors and asking authors to contact us, we get an opportunity to interact with them and to understand their motivations, to understand why they want to go to a preprint server in the first place, to understand what stage the manuscript is at. Is it something they're ready to submit? Is it something that they're looking to get feedback on? And it's our own version of a survey of really understanding how we can provide value in this environment with a preprint server. I can say that to date, for the majority of authors that we've talked to, over 100, it has not been about dissemination or feedback. It has been exclusively because they are worried about competition and they want an opportunity to scoop their competitors. In some cases, it's prior to submission, and in some cases, it's post-acceptance. But it inevitably has always been about this issue of priority and establishing priority. So I think that's something we have to take into account. And is that a service to science? Is that the direction that we want to go, that we accelerate this concept of competitive scooping? And sorry, Paul, but at least in the biological community, the authors are telling us that's their reason, their primary reason for wanting to post something on a preprint server. So what are some of the questions that I hope we'll be able to discuss and maybe come to consensus on in this room? Not unanimity, I appreciate that. But if we can come to consensus, then hopefully we can go out and spread that to everybody who's listening and beyond. So what are some of those questions? A fundamental one, and we've heard different points on this, for me is do we still need peer review in biology? We just heard Randy say very much that we do. We've heard others saying that maybe we don't. I think it's a really important issue. I think it's something we need to think about and really look to. What is the value? Does it still serve a value or not? And really address that question up front and not sort of make assumptions that we do or don't. Paul himself, there's discussion about the fact that the physics archive authors still publish in journals, but Paul himself commented that he was surprised by that and that he thinks his estimation as to why that is was simply a factor of the tau, and that the direction is headed that those two systems will not exist side by side. And I think we could expect that any tau relevant to that would be accelerated in 2016 versus 1991. So we have to really think about that question. I am agnostic on the answer, and I'm hoping that we can have a good discussion about it. Related to this, again, we've heard, will preprints establish priority? Do they have to? Is that a mandate that preprints have to establish priority? Or could we say you can post a preprint for feedback, but it does not establish priority? It's a societal community convention, and I think we could discuss what best serves science in the long run. Is it possible to separate priority from credibility? We're talking about you can put it up there and get credit for having that idea, but we've already heard discussions as it evolves, as it changes. What do you actually get credit for having had? and who really has the time, energy to invest in sourcing all of that and going back to all the previous versions and determining where credibility and where priority was established. So I think we need to talk about, is it feasible to separate priority from credibility? Another question is, how does the existence of preprint servers, or would the establishment of preprint servers in biology impact the expectations that we have as readers? Is there a different expectation if you read a manuscript on a preprint server? Is there a expectation that you will comment on it if you've read it, or send the author an email, or acknowledge yourself in some way? Is there any difference between reading a manuscript on a preprint server? We haven't really talked about the readers and the usages of these in any way yet in this meeting, or brought that up. And finally, as we all know, it's been discussed again, there's a lot of pressure around issues like reproducibility, authorship issues, et cetera. How, if at all, do those get handled on a preprint server? Do they just flow below the radar? Is it okay to post something on a preprint server that doesn't include the appropriate authorship and it just goes, or who manages those sorts of things? So finally, just as a discussion point, we're all here to look at the improved future of scientific communication. And I was very inspired by Paul's talk, but something I took away from it was that we're proposing to adopt a model that was established 25 years ago in an entirely different context of communication, where papers weren't even available online yet, which has, in Paul's own words, remained essentially unchanged. And then, is this the same solution, still the best forward-looking solution we can look to in 2016? And for all of those young career scientists, the scientific leaders of 2025 that are listening on the webcast, if you were Paul starting now in 2016, whether in physics or biology, what would you create?
Our final speaker of the morning is Harlan Krumholtz from Yale University. If it's possible to use the wireless mic, that would be great.
Thank you. I feel a little bit out of place here because I'm a medical scientist, but I'm deeply honored to be invited to be part of this. And I kind of want to channel what's going on here today, because it's a remarkable thing that people here, a very diverse group, including distinguished former leaders of the NIH, are contemplating what we can do to improve the scientific enterprise. The scientific enterprise itself, the structure, standing back from something we're in, you know this talk that, the two fish are together, and, one of them says something about water, and the other one says, what's water? The Foster Wallace famous quote. But the idea is that we're in it all the time, and it's hard for us to appreciate what it is. It is broken. And I want to provide the larger framework of this, because the preprint's a tactic. And it's great that we're here today talking about a tactic, but the two major issues regard reporting and sharing. Reporting and sharing. And the question is, how are we going to address that? The sharing, I can tell you, is vitally important. In medical science, we are unable to replicate most of what is being provided. We have, and because a lot of our studies are large, require large investments, if we do not share data, no one can even tell whether you've made a single coding error that has resulted in a problem. I got first interested in this when I was pulled into the Vioxx litigation and saw what could occur when data are shielded. I became even more shocked when I learned that the problems at Merck were actually endemic to our scientific enterprise across academics and industry, and we're part of a culture that led us to say, it's our data, we can do what we want, you cannot see what I did, you can only see my results. And by the way, my reporting of my results is discretionary, not mandatory. We're publishing a paper in BMJ today in which we did a report card of academic institutions across the country. A third of the experiments on human beings, clinical trials that require consent and IRB oversight, are not reported publicly, either on clinicaltrials.gov or in journals, within 2 years of the completion of the study. Within 2 years of the completion of the study. Now, there's multiple factors responsible for these delays. By the way, many of them appear never to be reported. Experiments on people that are never reported. And by the way, in industry, this would be unacceptable now. You can't do this. But in academia, and many of these are small trials, this has become our cultural norm. Our cultural norm. And some of this is because of issues around publishing, and some of this is just because the academics do not feel the scientific responsibility to push forward on this. So what about our current situation? Well, the slowness, even when you do want to submit to journals, is a big problem. Nature just conducted a survey in which they asked readers, what's the longest time it's taken you to get a paper published as you started the process with journals? 25% of them said more than 2 years. I would say if you've got anything that's important, if it's important, 2 years is unacceptable. There needs to be a path towards sharing that scientific knowledge that's much faster. I mean, 2 years is crazy. It really is, unless what you're publishing really doesn't matter. Unless you're publishing scientific history instead of something that has great relevance. And then access. You're being funded publicly. You're publishing, and yet in many cases, the public has to wait 6 months or more before they get a chance to see the result, to look at it. Scientists around the world who don't necessarily have the funding to provide for the subscriptions are left out of this equation. So we have problems with that. Expense. By the way, I think the open access is great. I just published this paper in BMJ. It's going to come out today. I got the 3,000-pound bill from the BMJ just today in the email that said, congratulations on your paper. Please send us 3,000 pounds to pay for the open access, which, by the way, is not in my NIH grant. Not in my NIH grant. And then engagement. Too often we're publishing and we don't really hear back from the community. We haven't stimulated or catalyzed a vibrant conversation where people are challenging, being able to replicate, going back and forth, understanding what is the truth. So these are problems we face, and we have many editors here today. I wish we had some deans because we got the promotion process issue going here too. We've got medical editors representing some of the best journals. I think it's time for a conversation about the problem and solving it. Now, with regard to the preprints, what I'll say is that there's a need when we look at these barriers to preprints to understand these are ripe areas for disruption in and of themselves. It's not how can we fix them for preprints, but how can we think about how the promotion process works? How can we think about how priority issues are mediated in a world of team science? And how can we think about how journals, we can work together so that they can address the problems that they have? I want to just go back to what I heard Harold Varmus say yesterday, which I thought was so important. Science as a public good. Science is a public good. I want to say scientists as advocates of the public good. There's a lot of discussion here today about what's good for scientists. As he said, scientists generally can do pretty well, but the question is, what are we scientists doing to promote the best interests of society, the speed of discovery, the rapid advances and breakthroughs, and recognizing who we are here to serve in order to create a system that's best? And I will say I'm glad to see a lot of senior people here because it's up to senior people who are risking little to push new models. And we should be avid to try new models. If they fail, they should fail quickly. But we should be willing to tinker with the current system in order to create the better system that we need and then be able to hand that off to the next generation who shouldn't be the ones taking the risks. We should take the risk in trying to change the system and show by example how we move that forward. Thank you.
So that was a fantastic morning session. Time to move on to some conversation. I just have a few announcements to make. So first of all, we really want to kind of extract the most of your opinions while we're all here. So one thing, first of all, just to say that we've done is on the hallway when you exit, there's an opportunity to put your thoughts on Post-its. If you don't have them yet, we'll give them later. But you don't have to do it right away. This is an exercise for the whole day. There's a wall of advantages and a wall of disadvantages. Both of them, you can frame thoughts both either in the context of the whole system, the public good, the enterprise, as well as how you might talk to a trainee in your lab about. We'll separate those kinds of comments later. But when you think of advantages, it could either be how you would mentor someone in your lab or for the system as a whole. Same for disadvantages. And also we put kind of two parts of the wall, like thoughts that you really believe in and other thoughts that you think are possible but not certain, because that will help us to kind of grade your feelings. But anyway, we're going to collect all these things later, but I just want to know that they're there. So second of all, we're now moving on to the breakout sessions right outside here. There'll be, first of all, in your name tag, there is the room number. The first one is the morning session, the second one the afternoon. There are guides right outside that will take you there. As a framework, in your schedule, there's a list of questions. Those are there intended to help get the conversation going with your moderator. The first question, I should say, is the most critical for discussion. So that's just a framework. You obviously can come up with more questions than are listed in that document. Second of all, again, with the effort just to read out your opinions in an effective manner, there are now 3 documents on the website on issues of priority. A recent document that's brand new, it's not in your printout yet, but it was facilitated by Mark Kirshner on ideas from the point of view of promotion committees at academics or in industry. So please have a look at that. That's on the website as well. And the idea is that this is not a final document. This is intended to kick the tires. You are not signing on to anything. We want to read out your opinions in real time so that we can come back to you later on in the afternoon and tell you what the results were for impressions of these documents as well as your edits. So that's the intention. It's not intended to create some finality with your signature. So 3 documents, and also it would be healthy if you have time, particular, some of them are relevant for particular sessions. Actually, they fall in line, those 3 documents fall in line, 1 each with each of the breakout sessions, so they'd be worthwhile discussing. At 10:20, we'll reconvene in this room. You can finish earlier if you want. That might give time for the moderator and recorder to refine thoughts. When we come back here, there will be 10 minutes where your group can report back if you want that much time. We're going to do, this is an experiment of n equals 2, so there are 2 breakout rooms on each subject. They'll report one after one another, and then we'll have a discussion for both groups after that. Okay, so we'll see how the questions converge. That's all I have to say for right now. Travel. We've been working hard to make travel arrangements for all of you back to where you need to go. So there is I think a lot of you know it already, but there is a travel board right at the entrance to this building here. So please check when you're going, at what time this afternoon or tomorrow. Okay, so thank you. Please enjoy, have a lively discussion of your breakout sessions, and your guides will take you right at the exit of this hall.
Bye, everyone.
Okay. Well, I think we should get started. Yeah, because we have a lot to go through here. So if everyone could take their seats. Right. So the general, I think, well, our discussion was fascinating. I'm sure the other ones were as well. So I think, again, the general plan here is that we're going to have the breakout groups on the same subject first present next to one another, and then we'll bring everyone up for a little follow-up discussion that encompasses that one subject matter. And also, if anyone does want to share notes notes from that session, that is easily possible. I'm sorry, I forgot your name already. Jacqueline? Jacqueline, if you're one of the recorders, can show you very easily how to project your notes on the screen if you want to do that. So I don't envy Paul, but Paul said he'd be willing to start with a summary of his group. I'll try.
was a lot of stuff going on.
So I'm going to use this one. No. Okay, so I'm Paul Turner. I'm chair of the Department of Ecology and Evolution at Yale, and so I want to say that at the beginning because, full disclosure, I come at this from the standpoint of a frustrated academic, where I think most people who do publish realize that it takes too damn long to publish things these days, and we're not here to fix that entirely. But I was delighted to come to a meeting where we're talking about something that could possibly impact that. So what we had was the typical lively discussion that I will say I'm going to summarize 4 takeaway points from our discussion, but I won't claim that there was consensus around those points. I just found them to be, I think, some of the more compelling things that we discussed, and could be very useful for further discussion during a few minutes from now. So the first one is the least publishable unit, which you hear this phrase a lot. And in the best sense of the word, it's a small chunk of understanding in science that hopefully says something worthwhile. And I was struck that at the conversation this morning, it seemed like at least some people in the room felt like a preprint approach gives a better opportunity for it. So in Ron's article that he wrote in PNAS, I think that there are these very convincing data that could be put forward that you have more and more stuff crammed into each paper. And that is definitely slowing down the process. And the question is it really necessary to do all of that? We need to remember that the folks in this room, somebody said this morning, we come from like a 1% or a 0.1% of the scientific workforce on this planet. And a lot of people in the USA, and especially in other countries, don't have nearly the resources that we have, and we already know how hard resources are to come by anyway. So the point is, maybe there is a very good outcome of the preprint approach, that you can bite off a small unit of high quality and put it out there for people to see, because it really is the only thing that you can afford to do. And we should be perhaps allowing that, or at least supporting that. Okay, so that was one take home. The second is, would the effect of creating preprints in biology lead to a better ability to kind of evaluate the individual? So we know that individual accomplishments matter a lot for career advancement, promotion cases, and all that. And I'm struggling to kind of put this together the way that we said it in the room, but certainly software is moving towards creating links that to find things. And if you have preprints that are out there in this sort of stream of the development of ideas and experiments and so on, there might be better linkages simply because the software is moving in that direction anyway. It'll help us better assess at what point did something really come up for priority discussions. And I think the real thing that I took away from that point was the publishing engine is so slow anyway. Our ability to cross-reference each other through that is just damn slow and inefficient. So if there's anything that can improve our ability to create those linkages and see each other's work, and if individual evaluations are not going to go away anytime soon, it may help in that process. The last two I'll be more succinct because I think that they are obvious and yet important to say. And the first is that scientists are, at least in my opinion and in the opinion of many people in the room, we are well aware of what priority is. We may not be able to define it very well, but I think that, I'll assert that a lot of scientists are curious about the natural world, but they're also kind of competitive in their race to figure out the natural world. And that puts us in this realm of, we appreciate our hard efforts being rewarded by us being recognized as the first person, or at least among the first people to see something. So I'll come away from this meeting thinking a lot more about what a good definition of priority is, but my point is that I think a lot of scientists have it in the forefront of their thinking, whether or not they choose to admit it. And the last is that a lot of people in the room agreed that the system, the publication system, is far from perfect, and a lot of the quality control issues already exist. And if you talk about creating preprints as a thing in biology that we're all endorsing and going forward with, it's not necessarily the case that this is going to lead to lower quality work. being placed out there. There's a lot of pride in what people do, and yet you're always going to have those who are sloppier than you and are willing to try and rush something out because they're just not careful people, and they're in all walks of life. So why shouldn't they be in our walk of life as well? So I do agree, and I'm not saying it was a sentiment in the room, that time will out. And that if you have quality as something that is both embraced and ultimately rewarded, that creating a preprint approach in biology is not going to necessarily lead to lower quality work being placed out there. Okay, that's all I have to say.
The next breakout. Oh yeah, Chairman.
Now this is supposed to turn solid, is that? Well, it sounds a lot like our conversations were pretty similar. The first discussion point that we came around was that the establishment of priority was not the major reason for preprints, that there were lots of other reasons that were much more compelling, but there was obviously, priority was one factor that we had to think through to make sure that we didn't create a bunch of unintended consequences that would make the whole system collapse. Sort of following along Paul's comments, priority is highly context dependent, and we all sort of know what it is, but it depends on the context, whether, how we define it and what it means. Obviously, legally, in the case of patents, it means one thing, priority for prizes and so on, which was the topic of some of our initial discussion. We came to the conclusion that a single date stamp on a preprint wasn't going to change things, that any prize committee or promotion committee would actually have to do much more work and really sort through the whole context and history to decide whether a particular preprint or paper or whatever else, how it fits into the whole priority scheme. One of the benefits of having people from other fields in our group where they've seen this is that preprint submission behavior, I think there were a lot of us, certainly speaking for myself, sort of naively thought, well, if it's not refereed, people will just put a bunch of junk up there, and the realization is that where it's been done, your reputation depends on what you post. And if you post a bunch of garbage, then you're going to be in Paul's group of sloppy people, and that won't be good for your reputation. Not you personally, but the group that Paul defined.
Since we are being recorded.
Yeah. Clarification accepted. So that people are, in fact, in some senses, you have to be more careful because you press post and it's live, as opposed to pressing submit, and the editors and reviewers may protect you from yourself. So there may actually be stronger filters about what you say in this context. And the lessons from other fields, physics we heard about, economic, social sciences, use preprint servers extensively. And one of the key pieces, and this sort of gets at the next point as well, is that appropriately citing preprints is a big part of the culture, and that there has to be, and that which has happened in those fields. So in economics, there are working papers that are circulated prior to publication, and those are citable, and the expectation from peer reviewers is that if there's a working paper that's been circulated, it should be cited if it's not. In that, specifically one real key point, which, could, again, sort of break the whole thing, is biomedical journals must, if this is going to work, must allow citation of preprints in appropriate context in order for them to have meaning and for people to start using them. We talked a fair bit about scooping, and, even though I think Paul tried to put that to rest last night, people are still worried about it. And, one issue is that journals have to do what they can to prevent the scenario of you post a preprint, somebody builds on that, submits a paper, and then you can't publish your original work because you've been scooped by something else that was actually derived from your preprint. So making sure those loops get broken down so that you don't end up hurting yourself by posting a preprint. We talked briefly about commenting systems, and I think the general conclusion was the same we talked about last night, is that keeping preprint servers from commenting systems is probably at least initially a very good idea, that commenting systems can evolve as a second layer. But there's so many problems with the culture of commenting systems that we wouldn't want to try to do that as one step. And then coming back to my first point, that preprint servers have other potential big benefits in terms of accessibility and scientific discourse and so on, that are really important to look at. So I did my best to capture a very rich discussion, but if anybody else in the group wants to add anything. Okay, great. Yeah, Mark?
I would say we have some time, so actually if the moderators and reporters just want to sit together, we can now open it up like more generally. Yeah.
This may not have been agreed upon. I was not mentioned. The idea is that preprint should be. I'm only getting static, no noise. That's amazing. That's a new system here. Only reproduces static. Anyways, so yeah, so I think that was just the one thing I was going to add, that we would treat it as any other publication.
I think you're, yep.
By the time we sit down and convene here, we'll be out of time. Ron, you okay to start getting questions?
You know, one thing that we discussed a little bit is what is the current practice priorities of data publication? What is the current practice priority?
If priority matters to us, what is the current practice or priority for you? Do you look at the date something was submitted, accepted, the first time somebody presented it in a meeting, the first time somebody tells you they submitted it 3 years ago before it was accepted on a journal? And so, you know, one of the major advantages of preprints for me in terms of priority and establishing reputation and all of those things is we just do all this out in the open. So for you, what's the current practice?
So I would say for me, you know, again, it depends very much on the context. That, you know, if you're sitting on a prize committee and priority is a key point, you dig back and try to find the first defensible disclosure of the result. And that can be, I mean, I take your point very, you know, and I agree with it, that it's much better to have an open, clear system where everybody can post things if they want to and it's available. You know, I think the present system has lots of flaws, and obviously priority discussions about prizes and those sorts of things have been incredibly contentious and in retrospect have gotten screwed up, you know, in some cases as Mark talked about. So it's not as if we're trying to replace a really good system with something else.
So I think there are two things. One of it, we had a bit of discussion about how much the preprint was, right? You know, whether there's some like connection to a submission or some distance from submission, that sort of thing. The other thing is I have no idea how often postdocs get scooped, but it seems like there's an opening for a journal called Scoop where people could actually get these things. I don't know, because I don't have, you know, if you get scooped, you don't publish that paper, I guess. So that was a question that was always a, you just didn't know how much we were having to deal with that. But it was really whether you put in something that's really preliminary or whether it's got to be fairly close to submission. And I just think if we set up a set of principles, you can change those. But it really concerns me when we say, I know what it means, but I can't define it. That drives me crazy.
Well, I don't know. I guess you were in our group, so we didn't really define at all what you're asking. But my personal take on it is I agonize over priority only in really two cases. I'm one of the few people in my department who cares about patents and is trying to pursue them. So obviously the first time I hear something or the first time something is disclosed actually doesn't matter to me from that standpoint. And the other is because I chair the department, I agonize over promotions. And at least at my institution, there's a lot of weight put into what the individual CV says and what the letter writers say about is he or she really kind of leading their field. And if you lead your field, that kind of at least implies that you're putting creative and important ideas out there at a rate that you're going to continue to do it in your career. So I suppose one way of measuring that is reading the papers and seeing how many creative ideas are in there, and that is our timestamp in those discussions. It's one of those papers coming out.
So I'm interested in your conclusion that commenting should be separate from the process of the preprinting. Actually, when we first set up bioRxiv, one of the reasons for doing it and one of the impetuses was that we're strongly encouraged by people who are using preprints to include comments, that they felt this would be valuable. And our experience so far, although it's a relatively low number of commenters, is that the comments have been extremely positive, and that this is in stark contrast to a lot of comments you see on journals which are negative. And my own theory is that is in part because people imagine that they can, and people feel they can affect the trajectory of the research. So, I also think that those kinds of commenting could evolve to be something, particularly for postdocs, that are a much more concrete demonstration of intellectual productivity. So I'm intrigued that you think that they should be decoupled when actually the limited evidence so far that we've had, and I think Pierre found the same thing, is that commenting has been very positive in the small numbers we've seen it.
So this was probably a minute and a half of discussion, so it's not like we discussed it extensively. I think the point that was made was just, in general, internet commenting on things has often led to bad behavior, either overly harsh comments or getting your friends to post comments saying, boy, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread and he should be promoted immediately and probably should win the Nobel Prize. And basically manipulation rather than constructive additions to the discourse. With that said, I think it's this is a social culture behavior question, and I think comments could add incredible value to the whole thing. It's just a question of appreciating that, getting that culture to build itself in the right way might take some evolution.
Yeah, I personally was also concerned about increased costs of having to moderate things like that, and that it would be easier just to email the people from the paper and talk to them, just have a direct conversation with them rather than commenting would save time and energy and might work out better.
I mean, these are all things that you can potentially scale. I mean, you look at Yelp, Amazon, all these things. One thing one does get very used to is being able to essentially translate comments. And, if you see 5 comments and 4 of them say, whoa, great, you kind of ignore them. So I think it is possible. I think verification of user identities may also make a big difference.
As an active blogger, you develop a whole different set of filters of what's useful, some of which is incredibly useful and some of which is heads to the spam filter really quickly. So.
I would actually like to comment on this precise point. So I think it is useful to decouple first it's useful to have the comments in public so that it's not just a conversation between you and the original authors, because your comments might be useful to other readers as well. Second, we don't need to have the server itself or that technical setup to provide that commenting functionality. So Archive, for instance, don't have it, but they're part of this scholarly annotation initiative, and that addresses a number of points. First, it provides the annotations in a format that is machine readable, that can be reused elsewhere, that can be mined, and so on. Second, it combines many publishers and Archive. And so as an author, I have to log in just once. I have to deal with just one interface and not with all those different interfaces that all the different publishing outlets have. And so also in the document that we wrote for the characteristics of the preprint server, we said we would encourage to avoid feature creep, but also encourage the development of or the use of open standards so that the server itself focuses on the core functionality of preprints, whatever we identify that to be, and then third parties can build around services that then add functionality.
Yeah, I mean, the last point is to the extent that we discussed that, I think was a sense. It's not that we didn't think commenting was important. It's just could be layered on top of it as a separate element.
Are there any other comments? Okay. We have one more question.
So I'm one of those people who's from another discipline or disciplines, because I have students and postdocs and junior faculty in multiple disciplines outside of the life sciences. One of the things that came up that was very interesting to me as an outsider was the fact that you do junior hiring without reading a lot of the work that's described as in process. That's unique and uniquely self-blinding. The working papers are a way of reading the substantive work of people directly. More generally, what that suggests, I mean, one of the things the internet does is allows you to disaggregate functions that are historically aggregated in a given organization. And what you have here is an exceptionally strong signal, which is the publication in the journal, imposing all sorts of costs on the other functions, like smaller signals, I'm still productive, smaller signals, I was first with this particularly plausible framework, like circulating the knowledge faster in the community, and essentially by creating this extremely strong signal that's very cheap to read, you're imposing all sorts of costs on things that may be a little costlier. You have to actually read the paper or ask somebody else to read the paper rather than relying on where it's published. You're losing a lot of functions. So disaggregating these distinct forms of signals and disaggregating this sort of functions is what the internet is good at and what other disciplines are already doing.
Can I comment on that? I think in defense of the life sciences and hiring junior people, that there are some places that do read their published work, and there is no preprint process. But I would say the research statement is where we take a lot of time and energy to try and look at the signals in the research statement. But I totally hear what you're saying. I know. Okay. Everybody else?
Just to add context to that comment, I mean, I think what we discussed was that if you have a candidate who has listed a number of manuscripts in preparation, because that term is so broad, it could mean manuscript in conception, or it could be manuscript, 1 comma away from being submitted. And the response in general is just to ignore the whole pile, even though it could be very useful.
And we didn't have a huge representation of people representing journals as far as I knew, and I'm always concerned about people losing jobs, so I don't want to go there, but there was a concept of hierarchy in citing preprints versus published papers, and I think we don't want to have unintended consequences necessarily, I think, but it's a discussion that we probably need to be having ongoing to figure out as this whole thing morphs how everybody's going to play. Well, no, I mean, so if you're citing preprints equally with peer review, then the notion was brought up, well, what's the value of peer review then? And so then what's the value? Why have the journals? I mean, so, I think it was a little extreme. I don't think it means that, but I do think that, there have to be some thought to this. So for instance, for CS, they just do meetings reports or we submit papers in our meetings and then that's cited just like a regular paper. So the question is, how is all this going to fall out, and what are the best ways to, have evolution instead of revolution or something?
Well, I think there's also a sense that preprints could help in the external review for third-year review or for tenure, that people outside your department could have something to look at that right now doesn't exist.
Yeah, so in the interest of having some food before 6 o'clock, we better move on to the other group. But I do want to say briefly that Mark Kirshner put together a draft statement, which I think is very interesting and addresses this particular point about use and how we go about promotions and looking at candidates, that very point. That did not make it, because Mark crafted it during the course of this meeting, it did not make it in that printout, but it is on the website under draft statement. So I would, it's a very interesting issue. I'd like everyone to look at that at the end of lunch.
So now we would like to welcome, let's have a round of applause for our moderator. And now, in order to begin discussions of the second set of breakout groups, I'd like to welcome Chinetta Jones from the Wellcome Trust to give a report.
Okay, good morning. If you don't mind, I'm going to talk a little bit, probably in depth in some of our discussion, because I thought it was really useful, and I do represent a funder, and I think funders are seen to be very key players in this conversation, so I just want to make sure that I bring out what I thought was really useful out of the discussion in our session. Actually, our session wasn't actually that contentious, and I think it's because the funders conceded very early on in the session that we would actually support the use of preprints. So I think that's a good sign, but there's, of course, a lot of, the devil is in the details. So the first question was put in, that was, should papers on acceptable preprint servers be used as evidence for funding decisions? And as I said, the answer was yes. The pros, really just providing a real-time view compared to what publications can offer was valuable to funders. The peer review of ideas in contrast to the peer review of a product of research, and as well is seen as the field of science really needs a comprehensive repertoire or depository of all scientific activity, and that would be extremely useful for funding decisions. We acknowledged up front quite early in the conversation which really the challenges to it, and I think that was something that was important for us to kind of talk through. Even if funders were to embrace preprints, the challenges are around really whether the reviewers and referees would actually read them. That was something that was of major concern in the room. The challenge is to get those actually reviewing the grant application not to bias, a peer-reviewed publication against something that's not peer-reviewed. So how would we address that? The other acknowledgement was that there is distinct drivers for promotion and tenure decisions or hiring decisions compared to funding decisions, and it was seen that the value that preprints can bring to those decisions could be quite different. So for example, there's a discussion around promotion being more of a retrospective review, so it's important that there's a documented contribution by the individual, that there's an evidence of some productivity or track record, whereas funding could be more of a focus on the kind of prospective review, what the individual is planning. Not to say that they were mutually exclusive, but there might be perhaps an emphasis in one context that's different than an emphasis in another. The second conversation was around the value of preprints to funding agencies and promotion committees. And I should probably stop here really quickly. We didn't feel that we had, I think, adequate representation in the panel that really speak to the tenure promotion. So I think most of our discussion really was around what funding agencies might think about. So it was I think broadly the consensus was that preprints had different values depending on whether it's being used for retrospective or prospective evaluations, but that they do have a role at every level of evaluation, but at perhaps different degrees. And so one view might be that preprints have the same value as publications. Another might be that preprints, because they precede a publication, that publications have a superior value. And we didn't really untangle that. The key, so I think that was one of the questions that was raised was, is the expectation that a preprint will lead to a publication, and to distinguish that perhaps maybe from the general dissemination of knowledge or perhaps archival of scientific activity. So then I think the funders in the room were put on the spot to say specifically what would they want to see if they were to introduce preprints into the system. And representative from NIH said that they would be open, and I think other funders said open to being able to relax the requirements such that they will allow preprints into the system. The issue for funders, however, is really the speed in order to get a quality assessment of that work. So there really was an issue of probably an expectation that if funders were to do that, they would really push on getting the speed, the sharing of that work, and then the quality is really important, that the method of evaluating that work is still very key for decisions. And so how would the evaluations, the comments, the reviewers, how would that be cited and be able to be searchable in the literature? The third was around barriers to implementation. And there was a discussion around kind of the imbalance between what funders think are their role in the kind of research ecosystem versus what the community thinks are their roles. So, for example, scientists look for funders to lead the way, and funders look for the community to set the standards. And so there's always this who's going to actually lead first question that comes up. Another question that was put, possibly a barrier, is in terms of the role of funder. Do funders have a permissive role, that is, enable the sharing of knowledge, or do they have a more active role, which is kind of the stick analogy? Should funders be doing more? And again, we didn't really unpick that, but cited examples where both have worked. Another important barrier to acknowledge from the funder perspective was really timing, demand, and again, I mentioned quality. Timing meaning if a preprint sits on a server, how long will it be before there actually accumulates comments or reviews that a funder would deem as credible and useful for decisions. Demand, the overwhelming demand right now on the reviewer system and on funding agencies if we simply accept publications. Now if we were to accept preprint servers, how much bigger would that demand be? And would that overwhelm the system and really defeat the purpose of bringing preprints into that? And then last, as I mentioned, quality. And the fourth point was around features of preprints. Would funders endorse? And the features required by funders would probably be to mandate archiving, make sure that that work is accessible, searchable, peer-reviewed, on interoperable systems, and it's a stable system and sustainable system. There's also, I think, general consensus that the funders or entities might own the infrastructure, but it really needs to be governed by the community. And there were three suggestions that came out of that part of the discussion, that funders might need to articulate clearly that they would actually accept preprints. The second suggestion was that funders could actually contribute to documentation being deposited on preprint servers by releasing the annual reports that grant holders write with respect to the ongoing progress of their grants. And the third was around funders could widen up the data sharing plans to include requirement for publishing it in some type of preprint server. I'm almost done. We did think it was really important to acknowledge the contributions of the early career scientists in the room, which I think was a really important point, that the early career scientists, even if preprint servers were allowed into the system for evaluation, the expectation and requirement that a scientist early in their career must have a published paper or a first author paper is clearly the bottleneck. and that the advantage of having preprints allows the reviewing committee, whether it be a grant or a tenure promotion committee, to really see the track record of productivity, but also the evidence of independence that many committees or funders look to when they ask for this publication or first author publication. It was also acknowledged that there was a not represented probably in the discussion so far and not in the room, but really was enough around the early career scientists who are at institutions for which there's a big demand on their time. Teaching, for example, administrative duties, as well as that their sources that they have to do the work are undergraduates. And so there were some really good suggestions around really also thinking about the undergraduates by creating a culture by which undergraduates can see the product of their work and be able to build that incentive very early in careers so that they feel that they're contributing to the scientific enterprise, but also to allow the early career scientists be able to demonstrate again the history and record of productivity of what they're actually doing. Last does health-related research really give the biomedical science community an excuse? In other words, does that distinguish us from the physical sciences community as the reasons as to why we have not taken up preprint servers? And I think the consensus was no. If anything, it gives us a higher purpose, that the only way to really make real progress on this is to remind people, again, much of what was discussed this morning, the sense of the greater good, and that there's more harm in not sharing information than there is to share information. Thank you.
Next, we have Stefano Bertuzzi from ASM.
Our discussion actually paralleled quite a bit what we just heard. I'll divide this in three broad topics that were discussed in the group. The first one was the use of preprints in decision-making for the funding agencies. And interestingly, we all came out of the gate on the same page and saying, yes, it's a no-brainer. And it was also interesting the fact that the community, the genomics community seems to be the one saying, we're already there, even without the structure. And personally, I find some parallels with the physics community, where the big data and the sharing and the information already being there was probably a driver from a bottom-up approach in the community, and we see value for the whole system in there. So there was very large consensus and almost feeling like we're done. Let's, instead we kick the tire a little bit more. So the second part that we discussed is that the value in doing this, in accepting the preprints in funding decision, is very important because it would help to have a public record of the progress of the work that's happening. The fact that there are multiple versions, that the work evolves, it's something that's natural, but right now there's no public record for it. And having it available, that could be important information during the evaluation process from funding agencies. The third point is that it is very important, the group felt that it is very important for the funding agencies to have a very active role in this. It's probably not something that will happen without the funding agencies putting out statements and policies say that scientists are expected to deposit preprints and encourage in various ways the deposition of preprints and the consideration of the preprints in reviews and in making their decision for funding. Another area was that related to promotion, and there were two parallels between the funding decision and the promotion decision, and that we saw in the preprints, and that's essentially the group felt that by using preprints and not something that's already published in a journal, established or not, that will help reviewers focus on what science is being done and moving them away from labels or where. So more focus on the content and the what is being done. Again, also with in the terms of promotion, will be very important for the institutions to specifically indicate the acceptance and the encouragement on consideration of the preprints and make them available to the search committee. And again, the institution should be really having a very proactive role in this, in the consideration and encouragement for that. There should be language in the tenure and promotion criteria for the institution. So we even evaluated some current criteria for some institutions and saying that they will require very heavy revision in this direction. So the third part of our discussion revolved around the preprint server. The group felt that it is unrealistic to think that at the moment there could be only one preprint server, and actually encouraged let many preprint servers be available to the community and wherever they happen to be born. And one of the key criteria that is important, and we haven't found a solution, obviously, that was not our task, we felt, but that there should be a way of having an indexing of the various preprint servers so that it could be more easily found wherever it happens to be. So how to link the various preprint servers could be a challenge, but something that should be considered. One very important criterion that we thought was that the preprint servers need to be citable, that there has to be an easy way of citing the material that is deposited in the various preprinters. This sounds a no-brainer as well. And we also recognize some challenges with the versioning. So there are going to be probably many, many versions of the same body of knowledge. And again, technically, this will pose some challenges of how to map the various DOI that could be associated with very different versions. So something at the technical level that will need to be explored. But again, there is richness in this, and there is a way of finding solution for how to harness this richness of the information, which right now is simply not there. We talked about comments, and we did not go into the discussion of whether comments should be allowed or not, but the group felt that there is value in commenting, and also recognizes that at the moment, no one expects to be a rush of commenting on scholarly work of this nature. However, one of the important incentives would be of finding a way to recognize the value for those who comment, and whether thoughtful comments that really contribute to further to improve the work, there should be a way for the funding agency and the promotion committee to really recognize the work that a particular scientist may have done in commenting on other people's work. An important point is that of guaranteeing a low burden for the author in submitting to the preprints. In a sense, if we make it too burdensome, then we are creating a problem instead of fixing one. So the goal of the preprint is getting the work out quickly when the scientists or the group of scientists feel that it's ready for public scrutiny and for public knowledge. And so that needs to be very easy. So no delays, no bureaucracy. Let's not have bureaucracy and in the way here. Otherwise, we defeat the main purpose. And now I'm saying something that may seem to contradict this, and but we also felt it's very important, and so finding the right balance here will be of essence, is that because of the nature, especially of the biological sciences, and this may be a difference with the physics, is that the formatting of the work can be very important if it is to be used by the funders and the promotion committee for evaluation. If you have a clunky manuscript where it doesn't jive the figures, one needs to go back and forth to find it's poorly formatted, the evaluation won't be as thorough as if it is easy to inspect and easy to study and a joy to read. So having perhaps the servers that have formatting standards and templates of how to fill could be a way of doing it. But again, balancing the burden with the easy to read will be a challenge that needs to be done. And I think that this is what I wanted to say. If there are any other comments from the group, please jump in.
Actually, if we could have all of the moderators and the recorders together here on the stage to answer questions, that would be wonderful. And if there's any questions from the audience.
Yes. So you mentioned that there should be, that there was no real objection to having multiple preprint servers, and I want to kind of discuss that and open this up for discussion, because if that's taken to the extreme, you'll have as many preprint servers as there are journals, which is going to be a friggin' nightmare. So I would argue that, I mean, maybe the physicists could comment on it, mathematicians, but the fact that there's one archive means that you can look there. If you're going to have to look in 2, 20, or 100 or thousands of places, and to expect that they'd be all coordinated in some utopian way, I think is unrealistic, because they're either going to be driven by commercial organizations that ultimately will want to make a profit and sell them, or in which case they're going to want to make them valuable and somewhat proprietary. So I think that's going completely against the nature of preprints, and I would be opposed to it.
So I just want to say one thing very quickly. If you're listening, Paul, we'd like you to, that's Paul Ginsberg. Huh? Oh, well, I just say as a general thing, we'd like to get some comments from Paul Ginsberg on this whole session, so we'll probably reserve a little bit of time at noon for that, if you're listening to that, Paul.
I have a comment for Stefano. In our session this morning, we heard from Richard Server that comments are sometimes very constructive on the bioarchive. And it occurs to me that such comments may then be used by a journal that's reviewing a paper. And some journals, the journal that I edit, allow the referee to be identified to the author if a paper is rejected or if a paper is accepted. And so one way that credit, it's a small amount of credit, but one way that credit could be delivered to a person who makes a comment online would be that person's name, if they were agreeable, could be shared with an author if that comment ends up influencing the decision on a paper. So that's a small step.
So I have a question about this concern that came up in one of the sessions, but maybe not in the other, about the potential disparity between when something gets put on the preprint and whether or not it actually on the preprint server and whether or not it actually becomes a paper. And so I wonder if one thing that could, and then Stefano sort of mentioned this, is that if there are multiple versions of the paper, that the multiple versions of that paper are presumably in response to some level of peer review, whether or not that's actually from journals that it's been submitted to. And so those multiple versions could be, if the paper still hasn't come out in a journal, those multiple versions could be evidence of that paper is being submitted elsewhere and getting peer reviewed.
I didn't go into great detail. I think that there was an acknowledgement that preprint does not mean no peer review, no negatives, I guess, double negatives. So in other words, that funders would see and do appreciate that there's version control and you'd be able to see the evolution of that paper. I think that because it's not being widely used right now, what we asked was how long will it be before it accumulates enough comments and feedback for that a funder would feel comfortable using that. I shouldn't say a funder would comfortable. The community, the reviewing community the funder uses would feel comfortable that there's sufficient information there to deem some sense of quality. And so I think that was really what it was. And I think because it's not being used in that way right now, we just didn't have the evidence to say that. That could very well change. So I do take your point on that. I'm trying to think if there was another. Okay, thank you.
If we could have the people who are asking questions, please identify themselves also. That would be great. Thank you. Oh, I believe we have a few people. We should probably only take a.
That's just Eliezer from Sanofi, and one of the aspects that we discussed and that I think is important to point out, that is, preprint is not just a publication in waiting. A preprint archive is more than that.
And I think it was mentioned indirectly as to the maturity of the work that is presented. Then there were some sentences about capturing the scientific activity and sharing it. I think preprint archives may have actually a role that I haven't heard voiced, and that is to correct an inherent bias in the publication system, which is that negative reports, negative experiments are never reported. No one knows what really didn't work. We only know about what really worked. And you heard it today, this morning, when Randy was talking about the 6 experiments, one of which worked, and that one was reported. So I think there is more to an archive, preprint archive, than embryonic papers.
Yeah, I would like to come back to the issue of whether we should have one or a set of such services. And I think what we discussed in the group was there is benefit in having a multitude of approaches, at least initially, so that we can try out different models. And there's also, it's clear that we need community input, that we need the community to own that facility. And the community can then set guidelines, and also aggregators already exist. So you can, in certain places, browse the archive and PubMed Central papers together. And if we are using open standards for whatever services run those preprints, then aggregating should be even easier. And there's also nothing wrong in thinking about a trajectory that we start with, let's say, an ecosystem of different services, and then have certain benchmarks or criteria by which we reevaluate them, so that in a certain time from now we have just that one service that kind of serves biomedicine in a useful manner. So I wouldn't exclude the second one because just in physics it worked well with that one model.
So I was just going to make the counterpoint and follow on from what Bruce said. I mean, certainly our view at bioRxiv was that the community was best served, the biological sciences community was best served by one. We didn't want to have the preprint ecosystem fragmented in the way that the journal ecosystem is. And we didn't want, essentially every journal to build their own preprint server. And so what we have tried from the outset to do is to say to communities and journals and other groups, we will work with you. So one of the things that we've done, for example, has been very, very clear that the bioRxiv is not a conduit to Cold Spring Harbor journals. We've worked from the outset to send papers to and from bioRxiv to different journals. And so our view was that it can still be a community endeavor and work with all the different stakeholders rather than encouraging every single stakeholder to build their own enterprise. I mean, you see this in genomics, for example, where there's a very clear need to have databases of pathogenic variants of disease alleles, and they're having a terrible time because everybody is building their own database of this, and then you have to have an overarching matchmaker exchange to make it work. So we tried from the outset to say, we will work with everybody else to make bioRxiv be that server.
Okay. If there's no response from our moderators, let's give them a round of applause. And as we move on to the last session now, I'd like to invite Bern to give a report of session 3.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So we had a rather complex discussion that also was covering a lot of the topics that had already been discussed. As predicted, all the sessions are convergent in many ways. So I apologize for any oversights. Please do fill in the discussions on things I'm missing. So as a summary, I think we heard a whole spectrum of opinions that we need, from replacing the broken publishing system with post-publication peer review to adding preprints merely as a layer to the existing publishing ecosystem. There's, however, a clear consensus in the whole group was that peer review is extremely valuable and should not be abandoned. And that also applies for editorial quality control, editorial type quality control processes. There was a sense that it's very important to flatten the communication landscape by disseminating work without delay and capturing information that's not otherwise published via a preprint type forum. So a lot of enthusiasm for preprints, but also a sense that it's more likely that we go in small steps for now and that the system may evolve through experiments to lead to more dramatic change down the line. There was also a sense that the complexity of the information continuum that we're sort of developing here with preprints and journals and the step change in the amount of information that will be shared in this way will be a real challenge for research assessment processes. We all want research assessment to take into account preprints, but we also have to be aware that the increased information and complexity of this information will make it increasingly difficult. Finally, as a general point, the release valve on publishing pressures was seen as an important issue that may allow people to spend more time on publishing and journals to experiment more with improving the system. So that was seen as a positive effect of preprints on the existing publishing system. And now a few specific points. We discussed some of the key sensitivities that we see at the journals, including things like authorship, medical data, sloppy data presentation. There was a sense that fraud was less likely to be a big issue at the preprint level because the incentives are obviously completely different to publishing. There was also an opinion that the notion of embarrassment was maybe not enough to prevent people from posting dubious information. However, we concluded, I think, that preprints should not start developing quality control process like the journals. That was felt that that's what journals evolved to be good at, and that's really was the role of the journals. There was one dissenting voice from our medical representative and Campion who said for medical literature that would actually be important to have some quality control. There was a sense that basic quality control was necessary, but only to assess at the level of science versus nonsense, basically, not at the subjective level or political level. That definitely format should not be a restriction, and that any research in any form or shape should be reported as long as it's reported in a reproducible manner. There were some open questions about if reviews should be allowed in commentary. That was not resolved. There was also a strong notion that there's a danger that sensitive information may actually slip out through preprints, and in particular that the press, which is extremely competitive in itself, may jump on information preferentially on preprints. And that for that reason, it's extremely important to clearly label differently information that's shared via preprints and via the published literature. There was discussion that tags on papers, as for example started now at Science, would be an interesting way forward on this, but also importantly that we need a different citation style for information on preprints and the peer-reviewed literature, and we certainly need versioning and and there was one idea that we should discuss with search engines, that they would somehow identify the information shared by preprints and by the literature differently, such as PubMed, for example. There was discussion about the continuum of information sharing from preprints to papers, and a clear identification that we need very clear forward and backward linking, and that we need version control across the continuum. So that's an important consensus, I think. There was some discussion on the parallelism of information. What do we actually do when something is peer-reviewed after it was posted on a preprint and seen to be fundamentally flawed? Should there be any labeling on the preprint server that this information is not reliable? Should the referee comment simply be posted on the preprint to alert people to this fact? I think the linking itself addresses this to some extent. There was a notion that we need clear policies at journals, and that we need to be very clear to the research community with these policies. There needs to be much more communication. There was a sense that it's very hard actually for large publishers and large research organizations like the American Society for Chemistry to have standardized policies. Joint declaration, as we have proposed already here, may be the way forward here, but also there was an idea that we should have an aggregator site that lists journal policies systematically and journal names that are sort of pro preprint servers. Establishment of priority through preprints was discussed a little bit and seen as a complex issue by some of the journal editors there. I don't think this was quite resolved, but it is clear, I think, that journals need clear scooping policies to communicate to their communities. The term preprint was seen as misleading and archaic, and it was recommended to replace it with an unknown term. And we felt that single and few repositories with a common set of standards is clearly preferred, which was already the point made by Bruce. And finally, that we don't need any licenses, so that headache of licenses should be avoided at all costs. Thank you.
For the second group, we have Elizabeth Marincola from PLOS.
A lot of ground has already been covered, not just by Bernd's group, but by other groups. So I'll take a moment to speak out of turn and say that this is one of the best organized meetings I have ever been to. Thank you for optimizing our work, Ron, Jessica, Danielle, Harold, and everybody behind the scenes at HHMI. I'm very hopeful it's possible that something useful will come out of this. The first thing we discussed was the question of who has what policy in the area of preprint servers. It was pointed out, something that many of us didn't know, that there is a Wikipedia page on preprint servers that has the policies of many, but not all publishers, the obvious advantages to this kind of information is the transparency, so people know who the service providers are. It also puts public pressure on publishers to provide these services if they don't already. And a side note to that is that many publishers have not a clear policy, we do or don't permit preprint servers, but rather, well, it depends. It depends on the circumstance, it depends on the context, it depends on the nature of the work, how developed it is, what preprint server, and so forth. But we argued that even that sort of subjective, we know it when we see it kind of policy is useful information. And a lateral point there is that learned societies, scientific societies, have an important role to play in pushing their organizations to develop a policy, even if it's a gray policy on preprint servers. There was a question that arose from the article that PLOS developed with some other, the statement that PLOS developed with some other publishers about allowing articles that have previously been appeared on preprint servers to be reviewed in traditional journals, and that was the disagreement between the verbs encourage and support. Should our position as publishers be to allow the consideration agnostically of material that's already been up on preprint servers, or to somehow encourage it, state a prejudice in favor of it? And there was quite a bit of discussion back and forth on those issues, but it's something we want to surface, and I don't think has come up already this morning. An obvious thing I think every group has touched on in one way or another is the importance of the policies of not just funders, but tenure and promotion and other award committees. If these organizations value, first of all, by permitting, and secondly, potentially by encouraging and or rewarding the sharing of work through preprints servers, then it will do much to disappear many of the concerns that have been discussed, because if they become validated in that way, then people will, this will drive adoption in itself, rather than trying to have to convince people to participate in this community. It was pointed out that one of the big, perhaps the most obvious reasons to encourage preprint servers is to greatly reduce time to publication, but as has been touched upon by other groups, there are other issues that delay publication that aren't being addressed by there are other imperfections in publishing in general that isn't addressed by increasing the speed. So we need to keep our eye on quality and credibility issues as well as speed issues. We spent quite a bit of time talking about social responsibility in a couple of aspects. One was the effects on the public, especially as it bears on journalism as an intermediary for the public to pick up this work, to convey this work, and how that relates in particular to the clinical community. So whereas on the one hand, we have a moral responsibility to patients who have offered their health and their very lives to advancing research to get that information out to help others in similar situations. We also don't want to be so quick to get information out that it will mislead people into not having their children vaccinated, which, by the way, had nothing to do with the preprint server, as you're all well aware. But we need to be sensitive to the positive and negative pressures of minding our responsibility to society. Sorry, this is a little out of order. There was discussion about the different cultures of the life sciences community versus the physical sciences community, as well as the very magnitude differences in these communities. There was also recognition that these communities in some ways are converging scientifically. There's much overlap now in fields such as biophysics, biochemistry, more than there used to be. There was a question as to if what works in the physical sciences can be that easily adapted to the life sciences. Heather told a very charming anecdote about how it used to be de rigueur in the physics community to write your latest thoughts or findings on a yellow legal pad, use a piece of Scotch tape to put it on the door of your office, and expect your colleagues to come by, take the paper down, write some remarks, and slip it under your door for the next morning. So this sharing attitude in the physics community appears to have been a part of the culture, perhaps long before it or in the same form that has been in the life sciences community, and we have something to learn from them. We touched, as have other groups, on citation policies. And whether it will become a community standard to cite a work on a preprint server. This, we think, will do much to facilitate the use and adoption of preprint servers. There was also recognition that the greater adoption and use of ORCIDs will help this quite a bit, because it will enable not only the reliable citation and therefore credit for people who participate in posting their work early, but also enable credit for commenters and other members of the community around that convening piece of knowledge. There was an admonition to be alert for including in the development of a preprint community a mechanism for adaption and evolution, ongoing improvement, rather than creating something that is static. And very importantly, we talked about, as Stefano's group did and others did, about what we mean by a preprint server, not just the one versus the many, which is a very important, I think, sort of distinction to be made. But there are other criteria that we really have to think about when we talk about preprint servers. And with apologies to my group, this departs a little bit from what the group came up with. But as I was sitting there, I was thinking these are really important issues. We have to worry about whether the preprint server or servers are persistent and stable, whether they're public, accessible, free, whether authors retain copyright to the materials they provide on the preprint server, whether the material there is clearly labeled as having been pre-peer reviewed, or whether it's still undergoing peer review or something else. And the status of the content on a preprint server has to encapsulate not just in the words and in the qualifications, but also in the metadata that it comes from a preprint server, so that is retained as it moves from source to source. And we've already talked about centralization versus decentralization. And finally, there was the question, well, if preprint servers work ideally, what are they pre to? Why don't we just stop there? If they work as a mechanism for effectively and efficiently sharing work, then why do we, I run a question coming from me, a journal publisher, but it is a very, I think, valid question, then why do we need journals at all?
Now if we could have Stefano and any recorders from these sessions, Bernd. Pardon me, back on stage to answer questions for the audience for about perhaps 8 or 9 minutes.
I wonder if in the discussion with the journal editors, if the issue of conflict ever came up. That is, somebody who is doing a study on a particular drug, and that study was funded by the drug company. And is that something that people were talking about highlighting in these preprints?
We did not discuss that in our group. I think there was
Okay, so I think neither of us discussed it. I think it's a legitimate question. The general sense was that preprints should not be held to the same standards on these issues like journals, and it's important that they would always come with a health warning that all these things are sort of not resolved at this stage of the preprint, rather than dampening progress by making preprints jump through all the hoops of things like declarations of conflicts of interest, authorship checks, and things like that. But maybe would like to comment?
Well, not that so much, but the most impressive thing in ours was about late-breaking presentations from trials at doctors' meetings, and the response of journalists to those. And that I thought was very impressive and a major point in our discussion. I mean, it's not a preprint, it's a late-breaking report.
But is there a requirement to disclose conflict? In those cases?
We didn't get into that.
Reader to know
Yeah,
there is conflict.
absolutely.
In any case, it helps you evaluate
what was more important for the reader to know in those cases was whether the trials have been checked, whether they were genuine or not, really, and whether the data that were being presented were really validated.
So one question that I have is whether in any of your discussions, especially since there were editors in your group, the concept of the journals themselves creating a preprint server in the event of they've got a paper, they've made the decision that the paper's going to go out for review, and they then set up their own preprint server to allow those papers to be out. Because part of the problem is, I think that we're all feeling, is the time it takes for a paper to get published. But if you felt, I mean, if there was this real satisfaction that as soon as we upload that paper to whatever journal, it's out there, so to speak, I think that would be one way that you could sort of override that problem. Yeah. And then also there's the connection, if it turns out that the paper ultimately gets published in that journal, then you essentially have a complete documentation associated with it.
Yeah. So from our side, I think I can reflect that there was a strong sense that the fragmentation of preprint information would be disadvantageous. So it's along the lines of what Bruce was saying. If every journal has its own little preprint server, that would be hard to navigate that information. And also, I think one point that we didn't maybe explicitly discuss, but that's relevant here, is I think it would also conflate the difference between a preprint and a peer-reviewed paper, because these things would be labeled the Nature preprint server, and as soon as there's a Nature name on it, journalists will just go with the Nature name and not distinguish. We know this from experience. So I think I would caution a little bit with that.
And in slight contrast, PLOS does intend to offer such a service to provide an opportunity to get work up immediately after ethical and technical checks, which isn't necessarily to the exclusion of having that work also appear on some centralized preprint server, but it is our intention to offer that service, yes.
So I think it's, I'm Leslie Vossall from Rockefeller University. I'm hearing a lot of consensus in general, a lot of issues, but there's also this confusion about, ironically, from Glenda Gray, this gray literature is a preprint, is it a publication, or is it a placeholder? If I never submit my paper that I've published on bioRxiv to a real journal, are people holding their breath, and after a certain point, my publication is no longer a paper? I think that it's a key thing we have to grapple with. Is the unknown term, whatever it is it a publication or is it not a publication? Is it going to be a second-class citizen, a gray literature, or will it ultimately be deemed a real paper?
Yes, and that's very wrapped up in citation policy and funder and award committee policies, because if they value that thing, whatever it is, then it will have a life of its own.
Because I think if the unknown term entity, the publication, is a second-class citizen that's never viewed as a real publication, then this effort will be unsuccessful.
So I would not say it's a second-class citizen per se, but it's basically a parallel platform for communicating science that's essentially an extension of what we've always been doing at conferences, actually, where we have always tried to disseminate unpublished information. This is a more systematic, globally accessible way of doing that. So the information is out there, but it comes with, it's not second class, but it comes with a health warning saying this has not been validated, it's not been through peer review. Use it at your own peril, but it's stable and it's citable.
But I guess there will be members of the community, me included, where I submit my work simultaneously to bioRxiv and then to a journal, and so I'm submitting something I think is substantially complete. So it does become complicated if the unknown entity is a mash of completed work and then preliminary work, and it's very complicated. I think we have to grapple with it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, sort of following up on this, but also getting at a point you made at the beginning about licenses and other things. I really don't, like, why do you say we don't need licenses on this? I think one of the, licenses, we need licenses that say you can do whatever you want to with this material. That the absence of a license is, having no license means you can't do anything with the work because it's copyrighted. So I think we need licenses that make this work, freely available for people to use. But I think also the idea that we need health warnings on the pre-literature is dooming the whole thing to fail at the start. I think we equally need health warnings on peer-reviewed published literature. It's just as right. The idea that we need to stop spreading to the community this idea that there's this magic process we go through of peer review where 2 or 3 people spend a few hours reading a paper and all of a sudden it transitions from a world where it's false to a world where it's true. And I think part of the challenge is, obviously we need to explain ourselves better. What does it mean that when we post a paper? This means that there's the scientists who are authors on this paper are putting their credibility behind the science. That doesn't make it right. It hasn't been viewed by other people. We need to explain that to the community, not go around tagging things in a negative manner, but try to engage with the community better and explaining what we do as scientists, how we publish, what it means for something to go through peer review and so forth.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike, and the reproducibility studies that have gotten a lot of visibility lately validate that. And as Richard Seaver points out, the Wakefield study was published in The Lancet.
Yeah, so maybe one point to make on this. I mean, there's a whole range of quality of publications out there too, and I think if this whole enterprise results in a lot of journals actually going away, and we're improving some of the journals that remain in the process, that's actually a good thing in the end. One thing we're probably missing at the published journal level is actually to mark papers that have been validated and reproduced formally. So because that's the third level, basically, things that have gone through peer review and have been validated and replicated. Those things are not clearly marked at the moment.
Related to the issue of we need ways of feeding back.
Sure.
Sort of ideas about post-publication review apply equally to stuff that's been published in traditional journals. It's not. It's just we need ways of aggregating around papers the information that's been generated.
I think linking is a key here that we have to develop much more at the journal level too. In terms of the licensing, I was just reporting back from comments that were made.
I thought it might be useful. Again, unfortunately, Paul Ginsberg could not be here, but Paul, do you have any, just listening to the last hour and a half of conversation, any comments?
Yeah, I jotted down a couple of things here. Let me, here's, by the way, the baseball field. Nonetheless, I did bicycle in this morning. Okay, so yeah, let me try to, I jotted down a few things here. I'll try to say in about 5 minutes. First, regarding the word preprint, I agree completely. It's a problematic term. You know, back in '91, we tried to coin something else. We were calling them e-prints for a while. While Elizabeth was talking, I did look up that Wikipedia page, and it's very confusing. And I don't have a good, I was trying to think, you know, what we would want to convey. You somehow might want to convey the notion of a working version to suggest it hasn't been validated, but you know, they're not all working versions. And so that's an interesting question. It seems silly, but actually, you know, this notion of branding, I'm reminded of the deep learning people who consciously, neural networks had bad press, and they just decided to change it to deep learning because, of course, you know, who could not favor deep learning, the opposite of shallow learning, and it's taken... there's somebody here at Cornell who was at the dinner discussion where that took place. So the right branding could turn out to be very important. I wanted to say something about, you know, this question of the gray area and second-class citizens. That is something that I alluded to last night. There are examples, for example, this proof of the Poincaré conjecture in 3 dimensions, which never went to a journal and is, you know, was up for did receive a Fields Medal and Millennium Prize. And there are other examples of this. And so at least in these communities, that was mathematics, that isn't happening. We do have licenses when people submit things. You know, of course, they don't transfer the copyright to archive, but they have a choice of standard licenses, most of which come from Creative Commons. So that's something important. As well, there was this question of interplay with journals, and most of the physics journals do accept the archive ID. There's a very simple upload procedure. The American Physical Society, I think, was first to establish the interoperability of, you know, and from their standpoint, it was also useful because, you know, it had already passed through a lot of the archive automated checks. Next thing I have annotated here, I was happy in the discussion this morning to see people talking about comments, in my answer to Cynthia last night, I did try to suggest why, after we had given it a great deal of thought, that we come to prefer having it at a logical and administrative remove. And I'm happy to hear there's a recognition of both aspects of that, the potential of great positive signal in these things, but potential misuse. So one has to proceed with care so that it doesn't reflect negatively on the whole enterprise. There's the question of consolidating these things, and that was also in one of my all too brief slides entitled the One-Stop Shopping, where it really is useful for people to be able to look at one source every day and feel as though they're following everything. And it's technically feasible to federate these things. Somebody could write an overlay and put hundreds of these things together, but in practice, it doesn't work that well, and you don't have as robust a system. And how this moves forward, we'll have to see. In the 90s, there were some various preprint servers in mathematics, none others in physics, and we did go, with the happy acquiescence of some of the people maintaining these things, we did migrate a number of them into our archive, and that was successful, but who knows if that's the right way to do it now. Archive did have an advantage starting at Los Alamos to be independent of all of the journals. Last night, the question of Nature proceedings was mentioned and how it never really got traction, and I don't know if it was because it was associated to a specific journal or not. It's hard to say, but as well at Cornell, to be sort of nominally a disinterested party running through a library, I think has been an advantage of not taking sides and having this purely academic administration. There are questions about how the press would treat these things, and I do have to say that we know journalists pore over the new archive submissions every single day in a variety of areas, looking for things to cover quickly. It's, as somebody mentioned, also fairly competitive. And I think they are aware of all the caveats. I mean, this is not at all surprising when they see something interesting. The good journalists have incredible taste for these things, and they know whom to consult. Is this completely off the wall, or is this something worth covering when they have it, just again, the plausibility tests, they know who are the experts they need to consult, and that's a very positive thing. Another question that came up this morning was this question of stability of the service. And, there are various levels of stability. I mentioned last night, it's nice to know that the Cornell Library will be around 100 years from now, and so there's a possible path to stability there. But I remember from my time on the PubMed Central Advisory Board, we learned that what the government means by stability was, at least at the time, every single day, David Lippman told us, there were 2 physical copies of everything that came in that day, all the genomic sequences and everything else, that went out by armored truck to 2 separate hardened locations. And so they were stable, with respect to some cataclysm that would take out the majority of the East Coast. And, that's important to think about. We don't know what's going to happen. And the Cornell service is certainly not stable at that level. And I mention it because it came up with respect to OSTP, of course, has this open access initiative. I saw Michael Stebbins on the list. I'm not sure if he's present there, but he's been pushing this within the White House Science Advisory. And whether archive would serve as an open access outlet from the government standpoint apparently does hinge on, whether it's stable on the multiple centuries time frame with respect to these large scale cataclysms. And so, that's something to think about with respect to stability, whether one, in order to be really stable, you need some mirror dark repository that can be brightened on demand. And then my final comment.
We may have to move on. I might just
to say my final comment.
Okay. And I have one quick question for you too.
Okay, so my final comment is that, which is very short, that I was struck by the comment this morning that what I did 25 years ago, while I was still arguably sort of young, might not be optimal moving forward, and I entirely agree with that. And I, absolutely welcome the younger person to come along and do it right.
Okay, this is a very quick numbers question, Paul. You mentioned that virtually all physicists and mathematicians are using the journal system along with preprints. How many journals that are desirable to physicists and mathematicians are positive, i.e. that they will accept work for consideration that's been in a preprint? How many are negative, and how many are in the gray zone?
In physics and mathematics, there's no gray zone, there's no negative. It's all positive.
Okay, I think that was an important question to ask. Okay, I think with that, we'll break for lunch. I do want to say one thing. It's going to be a little bit of relaxation and then a working lunch. We have these draft documents. Again, they are draft documents. This is a way for us to get feedback and consensus. They are on the web. I will stress that there is a line to put your name. That your name is only seen by us. It is not going out. This document is not final. It is a way of just generating feedback. So please be assured that there will be no dissemination of whatever you put at this stage on that document. There are 3 documents on the website for you to look at. It won't take very long, but you're welcome to look at the whole statement and make a comment on it, as well as any specific language. And finally, to say that if you don't have a computer or you just don't want to go to a computer, we will also, at least for 2 of them, you can rip out the paper in your schedule, so there's really no excuse, and you can just physically hand it to me personally. So anyway, enjoy the lunch, and just remember to reserve enough time for this activity before we reconvene at 1:15. You have to be tough on them. Okay, it was great. We have a lot more to talk about. So if everyone could take their seats now, we'll get on to the afternoon session.
See it work. You got moral force. It's amazing. Sorry, get the first mic. What you used to the first half of it. Okay, sure. All right. Yeah, good. Okay. So Danielle and I are going to run this open session of 5-minute talks, and we, again, appreciate the willingness of speakers to obey the 5-minute rule, because we do want to move on, and we know that there's going to be some hemorrhaging from the meeting by 4:35, and we have a big challenge ahead of us at the end of this meeting to try to sum up, decide what some of the next steps are. We are very encouraged by the responses that we're getting to the statements that we've issued. Almost all the documents are going to be endorsed in some way by the vast majority of people who are here. We recognize there are lots of caveats, changes that need to be made in these documents. And then there's some folks who just wonder about the potency of issuing documents like that, and that's another issue, but I think there probably is some value in, though it's not an absolute value, in issuing such statements. This morning, we've tried to focus the discussions on some of the fundamental issues about preprint servers and their role and priority and in use and evaluation, and the role they have in being a stepping stone to publication in journals. This afternoon, the discussions go into in a futuristic phase where there are going to be a lot of ideas. We don't need to have deep resolution about those ideas, but I think it's very important for those of us who are here and supportive in general of the concept of posting early versions, unreviewed versions of manuscripts, to think about where the system may go and how it might work if there is a large volume of unreviewed work out there on the internet. So that's where we'll be headed. I would urge you to think about this morning as you go into your sessions this afternoon, and think about things that were not resolved issues. One that's very much on my mind is the question of whether we should be on record as supporting the idea of a single server as opposed to having a profusion of servers that are competing for developing ideas, because I personally believe that we haven't fully resolved how servers should work, and federating them is possible. Didn't need to be done in the time of Paul Ginsberg's great step forward, but now I think the world's more complicated and there's much more use of the internet for various purposes, and we already have multiple preprint servers, and we're not an authoritative body here. We can't say close down all but one. Anyway, think about ideas that you feel were unresolved in the morning. When we come back after the discussion groups, we can try to consider some of those topics at the same time that we hear from the various discussion groups about some of the issues that pertain to the future of the world of dissemination of our work. So without further ado, because I'm told by Ron that the time is extremely limited, and he's right, let's launch our 5-minute talks by Mike Eisen from UC Berkeley.
I'm going to try to channel my inner Bernie here. Okay, so as someone who's been involved in efforts to improve the way that science communicate for 20 years, I have to say, I'm completely shocked at how miserably biomedical scientists have taken advantage of the internet. We completely failed to take advantage of this technological opportunity to make the ways we communicate better. It takes longer for us to publish now than it did before the internet, and that's a complete disgrace. Only a trivial fraction of people with internet connections have access to published science. This is a complete disgrace. We spend $10 billion a year to sustain a peer review system that really doesn't work very well. That's a complete disgrace. We have just failed ourselves. We failed ourselves. We failed the public who funds us and anybody who's interested in science. And I have to say, I find the level of, despite having this meeting and everybody's being supportive, there's just a level of complacency about the way we publish here that I find disturbing and shocking, and I want to see change. I mean, this evolution, not revolution meme, we've been hearing this for 20 years. We don't get evolution. We get very, very little. And so, like Bernie Sanders, I'm here to call for a revolution. We need to start from scratch. I just don't think we have a real capacity to take the publishing system we have today and rejigger it. And this is not just a matter of making papers available earlier and to a wider audience. We have to start designing and thinking about new systems for publishing that are actually optimized for the internet. And their features, their general features, I think are relatively simple. We have the most trivial thing we can possibly do, which is just to take the work we produce and share it with the world through preprint servers or whatever you want to call them. Leslie and I like the idea of archives, but you can come up with whatever you want to. And then we have to recognize that that's the way we communicate. We post stuff on the internet and we communicate. And in order to make that system work, we need effective and robust systems of review that are applied to works we've already published, right? We need to just recognize that that is what the internet lets us do. It lets us communicate rapidly and effectively, and it gives us a whole wealth of tools and opportunities for figuring out new ways of actually assessing our work that are going to be more efficient, better, cheaper, and effective at what we want them to do. And also, Leslie and I wrote a little piece putting forward ideas for how we might do this, but I'm sure other people have lots of ideas, but really, I don't want us to think about this as a problem we're going to solve 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. I don't want to ever come to another one of these meetings. I've been doing it for 20 years. I want us to solve these problems today. We have to attack these issues now, and we have to do it by recognizing that there's something fundamentally incompatible about the the system of science communication that was developed in the 17th century and then changed over the subsequent centuries with a world in which we have the internet. You know, I'm not shy in saying I think the journal system we have today is incompatible with the way we should be publishing, and just to recognize that if we are successful in what we're talking about doing today and creating a world where everybody posts their papers on preprint servers, it's not, the journal system won't survive, and pretending that it will is just a fantasy. The economics will collapse, and we have to come up with better ways of doing this. Now, I'll just say I'm a realist, despite my reputation. So I know that you guys aren't ready, people aren't ready to embrace this, but I asked for just one thing from this meeting, which is that you try to think about ways to make people who are experimenting with these kinds of things, to make it so it's good for their careers, not bad for their careers. People won't engage with new ways. They won't try preprints and post-publication review because they're terrified of what it's going to do for their careers. And I think that the most important thing we could do coming out of this meeting would be to figure out ways to make people who are willing to go down that path be able to do so without feeling, you know, that they're being rewarded for doing so, not punished for doing so. And I just also want to finish on a point that keeps coming up in conversations about this on Twitter, which is that the reason why people aren't embracing preprints or new ways of doing publishing is because they don't think it's good for their careers. In fact, most of them think that it's bad for their careers to do that. And we have to recognize that, you know, Leslie and I can post preprints without much fear of retribution from the gods, and everybody here who's a senior scientist should just do it. But there's a lot of people out there for whom that isn't true. And so we have to lead by example, and we have to focus in doing these things on making sure that whatever changes we make to publishing actually make a scientific publishing system that's more fair to young scientists, more fair to people who aren't from prominent labs. We have to make sure we don't take all the pathologies in science that we've talked about today and graft them onto some new publishing system. Okay, I'll stop right there, only going 3 seconds over, which is a miracle.
That is a miracle. Okay. Thank you, Mike. Another revolutionary to the podium, Vitek Tras. I should say, from faculty of 1,000 and other places.
Thank you. Not everybody realizes here that actually Mike and me are twins. He has a younger brother, but I am his older twin. And basically there was no point asking me to talk because I want to use the button that you have on the drafts and basically say I agree. I agree completely with everything he says. He's a little bit more careful than I am, and I am a little bit more wild than he is, so I'll just put some more... So I want to say a few points of that. It is, I am not a scientist, I am a publisher, but it always just amazed me and surprised me that scientists have abandoned all the control over publishing research, over making their findings visible, abandoned the control to journals, and for a long time it made sense, and there was no real alternative, but for a long time it stopped making sense, and journals don't do the good job of it, and they are really a source of many of the problems. So I publish many journals, I was a journal publisher, and I feel sort of guilty. I think journals now cause more harm than good. We don't need them anymore. They have no real benefit in the process of making science visible. They are used for people to get a better job, but they're used in an inappropriate way. We do not need journals. They need to be replaced. I think it's fantastic. This is the meeting first time that I want that scientists basically said, that's enough, and we are going to do something different. And I think there is something really important and amazing about preprint, to me, in comparison with journals. Maybe that's the better thing to say. Preprints are immediate, and that's a big difference. But also, preprints make no selection. The selection is author's, researcher's selection. The researcher decides what he wants to say, when he wants to say it, and if nobody tells him you're not allowed or allowed, within some limits of legality, but basically it is not selective, and that's a really major aspect of the process. We actually, for over 3 years now, operate a scheme, an actual real publishing scheme, not a journal, because we don't select. So you have to be selecting to be a journal. That's the essential component of a journal. The moment you stop selecting, you're not a journal anymore. We don't select, but we operate like a preprint. People send us articles, we publish them immediately, but it's coupled to a very traditional like post-publication peer review driven by the authors. So the whole process is driven by the authors. I will not go into description of the system, but only to say that there is an example of something that is potentially usable and workable that can happen. Now there is this jump that is very hard to imagine how it will happen. How will it happen? How will the very huge number of scientists suddenly start putting things on preprints or publishing in another way? How will they leave the machinery of the journal? And I think the journal has a stranglehold on young scientists, and it's very hard to get out of it. Very hard, because the job depends on where you published to such an extent now, and however much there are declarations all over the place that people will not use impact factor, we know that impact factor or journal name as a source of decision about things is sitting there, and all the young scientists know that it is like that, and they're careful. And somehow we'll need to think up a way to jump across that barrier, which will be very, very hard. I think the crucial role here, a really crucial role here, is funders. Only funders have the ability to make this change happen. Something like that happened in the beginning of open access. It was only because of funders mandated open access that open access actually took off. It would have happened. I do not believe it could happen without the courage of funders to actually do something about it. So there is a model there that this can happen. So the combination of funders, societies, groups, other interest groups, we need to come to a situation where researchers have taken control over the way they report the research. I just want to quickly say about the importance of the server. I think long-term server will be of very significant importance to the whole process. And because it will be a method in which various rules about the machinery on which how things are published can be implemented. And I hope and I imagine that one day we'll finish with one server mirrored in many ways, a little bit like PubMed Central is now one server mirrored in Europe and is all open access published. One server mirrored in many ways that publishes all biomedical science, biology and medicine, I think, are both incredibly important, and maybe one day publishes science as well. Maybe it should merge with Archive and others and be just a science server owned by the world in some way. I am not quite sure how, but I think it's possible and can happen, and funders are key group in it. That's all. I think I stayed within 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, our third speaker is Jim Fraser from UCSF. Jim, there you are. Never Jim. Jamie or James. My father goes by Jim. So hi, thanks for having me here. This has been a really interesting meeting. I'm learning a lot. And I want to talk today a little bit about my perspective as a junior faculty member at a very supportive institution, UCSF, and our experiences with preprints and also building a culture within the lab and the relationship between the two. So the first thing is I think it's really important that a lab have a motto. My lab's motto is beer and tacos, not beer or tacos. And that means that whenever somebody says, should I do this experiment or this experiment in lab meeting, we say beer and tacos. Why don't you do both? And I think as we're doing some experimenting here with publishing, it's important to support junior faculty and junior scientists who are interested in beer and tacos, posting preprints and also engaging in the traditional journal system. And so for the senior colleagues here, I hope that you will be very supportive, to echo Mike's point, of junior faculty as we start to experiment with more rapid publication. So why should we post preprints? My lab's experience has been extremely positive for one main reason, and that's speed. We have had some really great reviewing experiences, and the papers still take 6 months to come out. I'll give one example of a paper that we published last year where in that 6 months, my student got a fellowship because we were able to list the preprint on his CV, and hopefully reviewers were able to read it. I was invited to meetings in a new field. And our software that this work was describing was downloaded and used and even cited by papers, all while this paper was in review. So I think that the speed of posting a preprint can help to engage the interested audience more rapidly and can have huge benefits for junior scientists. I think, importantly, it's peer-reviewed by us, the submitter of the paper. We are scientists. We're in control of what we think is good science, and when we're ready to put it out there, that helps to build a culture within the lab of saying our stamp of approval means something. We're ready for other people to engage with it as scholars. So that's one of the main reasons why I really encourage everybody in my lab to post preprints, to build a culture within the lab of saying we're ready when we submit, for everybody to see the work. And then finally, I'd like to end with one of the best parts of preprint. So who here celebrates when a paper is accepted in a journal? And is that sort of a bittersweet celebration a lot of the time? You're exhausted. You're so sick of the paper, right? My lab celebrates when we click submit to bioRxiv, and we throw a huge party. And we take a selfie, a paper celebration selfie, and we put it on Twitter with a link to the preprint for people to look at. This is one of the most joyful things that we do in my lab. I think it's been great for building a lab culture. So while we're signing all kinds of declarations about the types of actions that we should take as a community, I'd like to add a declaration of all the PIs here to stop the idea of celebrating when a paper is accepted, and instead celebrate when you're ready to have the paper be seen by the world, which will hopefully be on submission and posting of a preprint. And with that, I'll leave you 1 minute of extra slack for the next speaker.
Okay. Jamie, thank you very much. Thank you for not calling me Hal. Next speaker is John Inglis from Cold Spring Harbor Press and the developer of bioRxiv.
Actually, Jack Inglis was my father, so thanks very much indeed for the chance to be here. This has been a terrific occasion, and I've certainly learned an enormous amount, and I really appreciate it. And I'm speaking on behalf of all the bioRxiv team, including my colleague Richard Sever, co-founder, who's somewhere in the audience, and all the people back at the Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory who would love to be here and are glued to their screens. But I also want to thank the thousands of scientists who've put their faith in preprints on bioRxiv in the last couple of years, and the hundreds of thousands of people who have read the papers that are posted on the site. We've put a white paper on the ASAPbio website that gives you some basic facts and figures about progress. So I want to pick up on just some of the things that I've heard this morning. We define bioRxiv as a not-for-profit service for the distribution of research papers that have not been peer-reviewed or published in a journal. Now, the word preprint, as we've all agreed, is completely inadequate, but it's shorthand for a familiar concept. We really need another word for this kind of communication, and if we can get that out of this meeting, I'd be delighted. We also want to remove the stigma that this is somehow some second-class or incomplete communication. The name of the service, again, is shorthand. It was clearly inspired by arXiv, which we heard Paul describe so eloquently last night. Again, we adopted it as a means of getting across quickly what the service does. bioRxiv integrates with other elements in the publishing ecosystem, whether or not you like that. There is manuscript flow into the service from journals and out of the service to journals. When a preprint's published, there's a link to the published version, and we'd really like publishers to do the reverse and show the link from the published version back to the preprint. That, I think, would help scholarship. We'd also like to see better ways of distinguishing between versions of the paper that appear on a preprint server or in a journal after peer review. I think that would help readers. Aside from the speed of transmission, which James explained so eloquently, one of the benefits of posting papers is the possibility of getting feedback. Now, that happens now in several quite distinct ways. It happens in social media, particularly Twitter and through blog posts. Last year, there were 20,000 tweets around bioRxiv. There are also many blogs now that are being written by scientists with a particular interest. One that's very well known in population genetics is Haldane Siv. And we list on the homepage of every article the tweets and blog posts that are related to that article. That is not peer review, of course, but in social media, there is the capacity for dialogue between an author and the readers of her paper. A second kind of interaction is through direct commenting on posted papers. That was discussed this morning, and we set up, as Richard said, we set this up in response to advice that we got directly from the community. We currently use the Discuss commenting system, which is very widespread. You'll see it on newspapers and magazines. The comments are moderated. The commenters must register and sign the comments, and we try to make sure the comments post very quickly after we get them. So far, 10% of the manuscripts that have posted to bioRxiv have comments. Not a large number, but a great deal more than you typically get in a journal. And in fact, there are 700 comments on the site attached to about 330 papers. They come in clusters, and some topics tend to attract more commenting than others. Human evolution is one. So 10%, not high, but the frequency is increasing, more in the second year than in the first. People are getting used to the idea. But we think the most frequent form of interaction between authors and readers is private communication through email, through meeting at conferences and the like. This is anecdotal. I don't have any way of figuring out how much that happens. We're going to do an author survey to try to get at that. So, in conclusion, among the many enhancements that we'd like to make to bioRxiv over the next few years, we're thinking about ways of increasing the frequency and the value of the interactions between the audience and the authors. Some of this can be done by changing the technological approach, but it'll also involve changing behavior, changing the culture of biomedical science, changing and improving the incentives for engaging in this way, and in fact, incentives for using preprints in general. We also would be interested in working out how to map those kinds of comments into the more formal process of peer review that would take place at a journal. So in this area and in many others, this really terrific meeting has been very helpful to us and also very inspirational. We've met many people who are very supportive of what we're trying to do with bioRxiv, and we are very, very grateful for that support. And also, I would like to say the support that we're getting from Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. Thank you very much.
John, thank you. So finally, the first half of these open comments, Phil Bourne from the NIH. Phil?
Thanks, Harold. You can call me whatever you like. I've been called many horrible things. So I'm going to make really 2 or 3 comments quickly, obviously. One of them is really on behalf of the NIH, and the rest are really more on behalf of myself. The first one is on behalf of myself, and I say that, you know, like others here, I've been going to these kind of meetings associated with scholarly communication for a long time. And, you know, frankly, many times we just spend a lot of time just talking to ourselves. I think what's unique about this meeting, and I give enormous credit to the organisers, is that there are, you know, key stakeholders here, particularly the scientists themselves. It's going to be you who carry this forward, and it's clear to me over the years that that's the absolutely critical part of making the advancement. I'm going to mention advances I think are far in advance of what preprints bring, but this is such an important step. Because it is a small needle, it moves the needle in a small way with respect to a cultural shift, which is the absolute critical part of this, in my view. So let me just say the official NIH view, it's actually said pretty well this morning. In fact, the funder's got a pretty good rap this morning, which is unusual. But first of all, when I was talking to Francis Collins, the director of NIH, about this beforehand, he cited an example from his own work where, in fact, he'd been to, or his students had been to the bioarchive and actually discovered a paper that ultimately saved them 5 months of work developing a protocol that they wouldn't have otherwise done. So I think that, that's a sort of testament into itself. I think the more official statement, which I'll read so I don't get out of line, is the leadership. A lot of the leadership of NIH, as you know, is here. And we're going to be both active and reactive to what transpires. We're already working on a number of policy and subsequent implementation activities to accelerate research in the digital era. Preprints are part of that. We will review the outcomes of the workshop and determine how best to respond such that we reflect the views of the participants and the broader community. So that's the official statement. And the time remaining, I'll make my own personal statement. So I've been, in my head at least, writing a book called There's No Intelligent Life Down Here. And I've actually devoted a chapter to scholarly communication. And the reason, of course, is if you came from another planet and you look what goes on, you wouldn't actually begin in any way, shape or form to actually transmit scholarship in the way that we do today. It's really obviously a hangover from the analog era. And so if you look at it in the digital era, you can actually begin to look at it, and people have sort of said that in the context of the internet, but I think what's more important than just saying the internet is to identify the fact that what we have is essentially the complete research life cycle, which is now in digital form at some point. That opens up enormous opportunities. So you can see that, and if you look at it, say, as I do from an NIH perspective, at one end you have the grants that go, and therefore the ideas that go into the research. That's all digital, we have all of that. Then, of course, as the work progresses, components of the enterprise, of the work, go into particular databases and particular resources. And then ultimately, at the other end, something gets published which appears in PubMed and PubMed Central. All of that is part of this digital continuum. The problem is that those pieces are not very well connected, and they don't actually in any way reflect the workflow of research that's actually transpired. But we actually are beginnings to have the opportunity to do that. So preprints actually serve putting another little vertical slice into that digital continuum. And I think that's a really important step to start thinking about the other aspects. We haven't talked about how data particularly fits into this and how the opportunities to interoperate between these kinds of activities that are represented by preprints and data itself. But clearly that's something that could happen. So I think it's really important that these things be considered as we go forward. And I'm actually more in the camp that there should be one or a small number of preprint servers to actually get this sort of thing going. But what's critical, and if you read what we wrote in the documents about the characteristics of preprint server, a key element here is going to be the governance. It has to be governed broadly by the community. And if the community decides that there ought to be more than one server, that's fine. But I think what's really critical is you can't underestimate what it takes to maximize this continuum and the interoperability between these things. And we can sit here and say it, but when you actually do it and breathe it, as many of us have, it's not straightforward, even in the technology of today. So I think we have to be very careful about how we proceed with this, but that's the opportunity. Thanks very much.
Great intervention. Thank you, Philip. So I'd like to welcome Joel Wilbanks from HHMI Networks. Thanks, John.
So I wasn't going to do slides, and then after this morning I decided to show just a couple. So we built a system at Sage not for scholarly publication, but to help people work together who don't work together on science. And it turns out that it has some of the features that I think we've been talking about. And in particular, it's a way of writing down everything you do and then publishing it to the people that you collaborate with. So these are some files from the Cancer Genome Atlas. And when you dig into them, what you start to see are graphs. And I would argue that these kind of graphs are way more accurate representations of the work that an individual has done than in a paper that is published as a bulk bolus after a couple of years as an advertisement for the work. And so it's really hard to think about some of the changes that we're trying to make with preprints if we keep assuming the paper is the correct vector to communicate scientific progress, whether that's inside a group or outside a group. I'm going to keep talking on that while I show a little video of one individual's work over the course of a year and a half. Let's see if this works. So when you're working, especially in a data-centered world, the number of touches and the number of things you're going to touch over a time period are pretty stunningly complicated. And so this entire work represents maybe 2 papers that were submitted. So as we start to think about this, the question I was asked to answer today is, what are the kinds of information scientists need to find? And in many cases, the papers are an unbelievably small subset of the number of touches that one individual makes on collective data files over the course of a year and a half. And you can't even see a lot of what happens here. So the value of this individual, right, is not a function of the number of preprints or papers that this individual publishes. The value of the individual can be rendered far more clearly in a system that actually captures the number of touches and traces that someone makes in science. The biggest concern I heard this morning was, how are postdocs going to get credit sufficiently in a preprint world? I've seen negotiations where PIs were added to papers to get them locked out of peer review through conflict. I've seen postdocs drop down to the level of coffee maker in the publication list because of the political requirements of the principal investigator. If you start to make the actual science explicit, then it becomes much easier to assign credit to the people who actually deserve it, who did the work that led to the most important results. But as long as we tend to think that the paper itself is the end-all be-all for how we communicate science and its results, we're going to keep having this meeting over and over and over again. Because the paper is an object that can be controlled through copyright and that can be monetized, whether for or nonprofit purposes, by centralized organizations that are going to want to retain control. And it's really, really hard to take goods that are private goods and turn them into public goods without hurting someone who's benefiting from the private good, for the social good. So I would encourage us to think over the long term about making all of the science touches more explicit, about publishing them to each other, to ourselves, because then publishing them to the community becomes a relatively easy exercise. Right? This is one person's life in one computational system. It's not the system that you need to use, although we would love it if you did. It's free, obviously. But this is one example of what can happen when you start, as Mike said, right, as Phil just said. If you don't have to pay off the technical and cultural debt of 500 years of publication systems or 100 years of contemporary U.S. science institutions or the 60 years of Vannevar Bush's system, if you don't have to pay that debt off and you start from scratch, you build something that looks a lot more like this. Because this is how you can actually track what's going on. And that's good for everyone, not just for openness. It's good for science to be able to rewind the videotape and understand why you thought something at a certain time, why you asserted something at a certain time. And this is the impact of this individual, not where that individual sits among a group of authors wherever that paper gets published. This is the way we should be measuring the impact that people have in the sciences. Thank you.
Great, thank you, John. I'd like to invite now Bruce Tillman from Cold Spring Harbor Laboratories.
So thanks for the opportunity to talk. I also think this is a fantastic meeting, but also not just the meeting itself, but the way it's organized. I think a lot of discussion in science should be done like this. I want to talk about the perspective as a scientist. I still run a lab, but also a perspective of being president of a research institution like Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. And we haven't really talked about science and the categories of science, and most scientists care about the science in their field. That's what they work on, that's where their reputation is going to be established, and what they discover is going to be reported. And like most scientists in a field, we attend meetings. The meetings at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, for instance, promote the idea that the people who do the work, the graduate students and postdocs, can give the talks. And that's how we find out about unpublished research. These are venues where ideas are discussed, argued, and exchanged among the scientists in the field. And this is a very, very important aspect. And so it's very rare that even with the preprint system that I read a paper that is completely shocking to me in my field, because it fits within the general outlines of what's going on in that area. This is what I care about, and I care to know what I care about. So in one's field, I think preprints are going to not really change things dramatically. However, they're going to accelerate the rate of which information is exchanged, and that's a great thing because I care about that science. And it's going to enable me as a scientist to be able to go straight to the data and look at it. And therefore, I believe that preprints should have all of the data, including links to databases, videos, and high-resolution images, if that's the importance of that science. Preprint should establish priority, I believe, and priority, however, is in the eye of the beholder. If someone goes to a meeting and dumps a very incremental piece of data on a preprint server and scoops by a few months a paper that is coming out in a journal that has a very substantial amount of work, I know, because I'm in the field, what really happened there. And in future, I will cite the very substantial amount of work that's published in the journal rather than the preprint that came out a few months earlier. It is my prerogative what I cite, usually. And that's the way I think scientists should behave. But that's just the science in one's field. As a president of an institution that has a very diverse areas of science, I read a lot of science outside of my own area. And there, I would prefer not to have to go and plow through preprints to try and find out what is going on in neuroscience or in plant biology. What I would like to get from preprints in more diverse areas that wander away from my field, are two things. One is access to new technologies, and someone just brought that up about even Francis Collins learning about new technologies from preprints. I think just as going to seminars and going to meetings, preprints can give you access to new technologies and shorten the paths to doing great science. And I think that's very important, and I think it's important that preprint servers provide some mechanism to be able to search and access these new technologies, maybe by highlighting new technology papers. The other is that keeping up with developments outside the field. And as I said, I think this is very difficult to do, and this is where I think peer review journals, and whatever the context, whatever the type of journals they are, peer-reviewed journals are the better way, in my opinion, to assess and keep up with what's going on. If I'm going to read papers in neuroscience, I would prefer to read a paper that has been peer-reviewed. It does not mean it is right, but it means that it's been peer-reviewed, and usually I ask colleagues of which are the best papers to read in a particular field. So in my view, these preprints will become the standard, but I plead that we don't have a proliferation of preprint servers so that you have to spend the amount of time figuring out how you're going to access all of these different databases. Just as in religion, balkanization will happen, and then I can imagine we'll have to have a meeting here where we have patriarchs and popes getting together to try and decide how to get things, mesh things together again. And so if we allow the proliferation of preprint servers, I think the lesson from the physicists and the mathematicians, and I've talked to them quite a bit about this, we have some of them on our board who are very, very supportive of bioarchives, for instance, on our board of trustees, and they have conveyed very eloquently, I think, the essence of how preprint servers work in that field, and I think we should endorse it in this field. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. And I'd like to welcome now Joanna McIntyre from PMC Europe.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me. This has been a fascinating meeting. So my host institute is actually the EBI, European Bioinformatics Institute. So while I have a background in literature databases, we're building those resources in the context of data. So perhaps it comes as no surprise then for me to think that perhaps a preprint server, this sort of strange name, is more like a database than a journal. And I just thought it would be worth revisiting how many of the databases in the life sciences are constructed in this day and age, and think about how the preprint server or preprint servers might fit into that. So we build archives. That means we keep everything in the archive. It's very difficult to delete anything from these archives, and they're built usually with a community mandate, which means that there has to be a need. And they're built usually by institutions that are in some position of public trust, and we take a long-term view of the archiving requirements. Furthermore, most of these resources are built collaboratively, so there's often 1 or 2 or 3 instances, and there's a lot of interaction between those resources, a lot of reach-through from submitted data to data resources that coordinate those information like Uniprot or a Reactome or something like that. And less recently at the NCBI, but more recently at the EBI, we've realised that the literature is a key part of this. You can't analyse the data and understand the data without some scientific context, which is usually in the literature. So where do preprints fit with this? Well, so it wouldn't surprise that I think we should think about a small number or one even coordinated preprint databases in the future. And I think if we're talking about things like priority, then we need to make sure that these things are archived properly and in sensible and uniform ways. And critically, and I'll come to this point again in a minute, that they should be free to use, free to upload, free to download. There should be no charge. But of course, that doesn't mean to say there isn't a cost to that, right? So, and we're not nearly there. We haven't got this huge community mandate to build such a database at this point in time, and we're really in a position where there's a few servers and there's a few thousand preprints. And just to give you the scale for the life sciences, this came up yesterday, that if it was 10% of PubMed, a mere 10% of PubMed, so we're not even cracking the main business here, there would be 2,000 depositions a week. And so my question is for some of the current solutions is, I wonder what the business model is for that, because it's not cheap, and I think the most expensive bit, the most difficult bit is the ingest process, and where do you draw the line between freedom to post and checks and balances, and I think that's pretty tough. So I think, maybe in the future we might have to federate that in some way by different groups of various kinds, perhaps. And in the meantime, we need to keep a really good, close eye on how this is growing and understand it and do some experiments and be transparent about the life cycle. And then finally, the matter of reuse. Yes, it is technically possible to federate everything n times and develop crawlers that go and index the data and so on. But actually, if you're a user wanting to read and search, or furthermore, if you're a developer and you want to develop new stuff on top of this information, then it's a lot easier to get it from one place or with a standard API, standard metadata, this kind of thing. And I think this actually will help in a potentially intermediate period with helping with interactions that are required with journals. That is going to be non-trivial. So we'd like to encourage, like we do for PMC and Europe PMC actually, we want to encourage third parties to make cool tools and cool algorithms for sorting and filtering and reviewing and so on. I don't think we know what that layer is yet. So I think if, there's one layer which is the archive, and there's another layer which is, what do we do with the information in the archive aside from read it? And I think that's a community activity, not just the responsibility of the archive. And this will also help with other infrastructures. And again, but this is a cost. It's probably not building all this beautiful, ornate castle for 3,000 preprints. Sorry. And then finally, I think I was slightly worried that with a submission process that has a lot less friction in it, that the lack of friction might lead to issues with data and data management. It's already difficult enough for those journals that have data policies to actually see them through even with the best of intentions. So I think we'd have to be careful about that, but I do think there's some serious opportunities for submitting data, a narrative on top of that data, and then referring to that data thereafter in different versions or by different people. And I'd like to see an end to supplemental data for that reason. Thank you. That's it. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's not it. I lied, I've got 4 seconds. Sorry. I just want to have a shout out to the funders of Europe PMC. Obviously, I don't want to acknowledge them. It's not about Europe PMC. This is about 20-odd funders coming together as a unit to fund Europe under the guidance of the Wellcome Trust. And I think it's a real good example of cooperativity across funders to fund something that's useful. Right now, I really have finished.
Thank you, Joanna. So I'd like to welcome Robert Kiley to the stage from the Wellcome Library.
Good afternoon. It's great to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. So I should say, Wellcome Trust has had a stake in this game, a dog in this fight for many years. We've had an open access policy over 10 years ago. I was a young man at that point. We've done repositories. We helped set up Europe PubMed Central. We started eLife. So we've got a real interest in this. So it's great to see this sort of discussion come together. So I've been asked to talk specifically about how we organise this. So I realised afterwards that this probably is the most redundant PowerPoint slide you ever see because it's about preprints, and I think we've probably, after a day and a half, probably got the message that we're talking about preprints here. So I really want to talk about how you might sort of organise this stuff. So for me, and I work in a library, and aside from all the open access stuff, we spend a lot of time trying to work out how stuff we make available, we digitize a lot of stuff. So we have, for example, a whole process. We image around about 1 million pages of content a week. We're digitizing our 19th century holdings, our manuscripts, and so on. And it's all about how do we make sure this stuff is discoverable. There's no point in putting this stuff up there if people can't find it. So for me, like, the key areas we need to focus on with preprints is to make sure this content does become visible. And really, in this day and age, that really means visible to Google Scholar, and other search engines. But I also think absolutely key are the traditional abstract and indexing services. PubMed we've mentioned a few times, but there are others. There's Scopus, there's Web of Science. So I do think we need to make sure that this content does become exposed to these services. And again, it's not beyond the wit of man to be able to facet this content in ways which we can flag that this content, at least on submission, was not peer-reviewed, even if it then subsequently becomes peer-reviewed. So I think searching is absolutely key. One thing was, we keep talking about, what should we call these things? And I just spent a minute or two thinking, well, what does the internet call things? Why don't we just copy what the internet does? So you all know, if you want your content to be found by Google, you attach schema.org tags to it, because Google likes that, and we can find stuff. So the schema tag for this, of course, is scholarly article. So why don't we just call them scholarly articles? And then we can have subdivisions, pre-publication, or not yet peer-reviewed, or whatever. Anyway, so discoverability is key in terms of searching. But we also have to recognise that people will want to browse, and one of the benefits really of what the physicists have done is the ability to say, I'm only interested in this particular discipline, so I want to be able to sort this content by my specific subject area. Now, my whole Myers-Briggs profile means that I have to focus on, like, what should we actually do now, and not some abstract concept. So I'm gonna stick my neck out here and say I don't think we want lots of preprint servers. I'm going to say I think we want one. I think I'm quite happy for it to be mirrored, and maybe, as Joe said, different mechanism for ingest. But I really don't think we need lots of them. I don't know how many journals are at the moment, 25,000 or so. I don't want to see 25,000 preprint servers, preprint, Science Direct, and so on. So I think, in short, we need to learn from people who've gone before us, learn from the physicists. Joe's already covered a lot of this, so the key attributes I think we need for it needs to be managed by a trusted party, this preprint server. I expect some initial hygiene checks to be taken to weed out the nonsense, the stuff which clearly isn't science. I'm adamant that we do need these to be archival services. I mean, it's interesting that we call them archive, and for me that means available in perpetuity. So if a researcher wants to cite a preprint, then we need to make sure that URL doesn't 404 in 2 years' time or 10 years' time. It's there, which probably means we then need to think about storing the content in a more reusable format than PDF, so XML type things. And we talk about a lot of identifiers and things. It seems self-evident to me that we want this reciprocal link between an initial submission to a preprint and a subsequent publication. And a way to do that, obviously, is with unique IDs. And for those journals which are actively encouraging the use of preprints, then why don't into their submission system they ask for, perhaps they're already doing this, but they ask for the preprint DOI. So it becomes completely programmatically linked, and no requirement for the user to go and update and as a human try and enter a DOI, which is destined to fail. Just finally, in my last 20 seconds, of course there are some issues and risks associated with this. Probably the thing we haven't touched on at all, which for me is the biggest one, are costs. Okay, the actual server may not cost very much. You can have it on AWS platform, and it's manageable and so on. But if we are going to have all these checks to make sure that the content is valid, it's going to be available for the long term, there will be costs, and we need to work out how we're going to pay that. We need to make sure that uptake is no point in building this and hoping they're going to come. We need sort of demonstration that uptake will be good. And I suppose really the final question, the final thing I'll finish with is something which Paul touched on really at the end of his talk. The archive thing was created 25 years ago, and that was obviously before Google was built or Twitter or anything we use nowadays. So is that the best model? And the model currently spoken of is we're going to continue with these two systems. We're going to have a preprint system and a journal system. And I just wonder whether or not we need to seriously work out whether that is the best method, and our new models, perhaps that are advocated by VTech and colleagues, a publication, encouraging post-publication peer review, but there is no journals. Anyway, I will leave it there. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Robert. And I'd like to now invite our last speaker for this session, Heather Joseph from Spark.
Thank you. Always the pleasure to be the last speaker of the day. I'm always cognizant that so much of what I might have talked about has already been covered, but there are 2 points that I want to make. One is sort of the mundane, and then maybe not really the divine, but maybe the slightly larger. The first point is really a pragmatic detail. I was asked specifically to talk about the idea of organizing scientific information on the web, which is of course entirely appropriate, because at its heart, the organization that I run is a membership organization of academic and research libraries. And librarians like nothing more than to impose order on things, give us a taxonomy, a way to make sense out of things, a way to identify and locate things, and we're the happiest people on the face of the planet. I'm completely supportive of the underlying goal of this meeting and of the need and the real benefit of trying to sort of impose order in this environment. But to me, the underlying goal of this meeting is really to think about reducing existing frictions and better facilitate the flow of scientific information to let people do science more easily and more efficiently. I don't really care if the package that carries this information is an article, a preprint, a figure, a data set, or some object to be named later that maybe we'll come up with. Whatever it may be that helps accelerate scientific discovery, we need to find ways and pragmatic ways, first and foremost, to help it along. So in the spirit of the organizing information theme, we've heard a lot about how crucial the ability to effectively identify and link preprints to published articles and to revisions or versions of preprints themselves are, and ultimately, I hope, to even more granular components of these objects. So I was really, really pleased to get some good news yesterday from a colleague at Crossref who asked if I'd please share this information with this group as well. Crossref, it seems, has voted to change its longstanding policy to now support the assignment of Crossref DOIs to preprints. It will replace a longstanding rule that's excluded Crossref from preprints from getting Crossref DOIs. Mainly because of lingering concerns about replacing or superseding versions of record. But to reflect changing tides, this policy will be changed, And according to the lovely Jennifer Lynn of Crossref, the infrastructure is being worked on and should be rolled out by the middle of this year. And perhaps most importantly, the management of these DOIs can be done in different locations. So they can be done by preprint folks at bioRxiv or archive, as well as in journal environments as PLOS, to make sure that they're in sync. So this is obviously a really important practical way and pragmatic step forward to beginning to address how we get to a world with less friction in communicating scientific information, and is really great. And I think we need more of these, and hopefully more will come out of this very action-oriented meeting. But on the other side, the second point that I wanted to make after listening to the conversations over the last 2 days comes from a slightly different perspective. Working for the library community and in the policy advocacy environment, no less, I've really gotten used to the notion that change, when we make it, is almost always incremental. But I hope we're not lulled into the fact that that's it, that change can only be incremental. I think that there are ways that we're not automatically relegated to a future of tiny, small steps, particularly if we're open to paying attention to how our younger, and I'll say colleagues, but we'll qualify that in a minute, our younger colleagues are not only communicating, but also building communities and developing new and sophisticated ways for how they expect to discover and use information online. And while I deeply love and support our undergrads, our grads, and our postdocs, our early career researchers, they're not the colleagues I'm talking about. I'm talking about an even younger community, the 12, 13, and 14-year-olds who are completely upending traditional expectations for how communities come together online and interact with each other around areas of interest. I spend a lot of time watching my 13-year-old son and his friends using apps like Kik, Line, Whisper. Any of you are parents will know why I spend a lot of time, right? Their parents' worst nightmare on the one hand. But what I've noticed, and what really was driven home to me in listening to the conversations over the last 2 days, they're getting together to solve problems often. Granted, they're kind of mundane problems like how do I get more armies or take over a village more effectively in Clash of the Clans, but they're bringing together people that they don't know from places that they don't know, they've never met, and sharing information, validating what information is successful and what works, disregarding what's not, ranking and rating who's a valid contributor, et cetera. They're doing it in real time. They're doing it in a lightweight technical infrastructure and with absolutely no administrative support. They form and dissolve as the need for these communities ebbs and flows, and kids like my son simply take for granted that this is how you solve problems and this is how work gets done. So I want to close by saying that when I watch them, that looks a lot like the environment for communicating science that I want to enable. And while we're talking about enabling practical, pragmatic steps like Crossref is taking, and that I know we'll take when we walk out of this room, I hope we also find ways to stay out of the way as these kids come up, and instead of automatically imposing our existing structures and expectations on them to do the work of science, stand back and give them the room to show us how to really do it. So thank you.
Okay, time for more interaction. Just a couple very brief announcements. First of all, thank you for commenting on the drafts. I can already say that they are quite revealing, and Jessica is going to announce the results from those when we reconvene after the breakout session. If anyone has not filled out their reactions and comments online, there's a 30-minute window for doing that, so you can take advantage of it, and then we'll close things and we'll kind of announce what we learned from that. Just very briefly as well, on the feedback side, Jessica has created another area which, when you're going home or at the airport, you have a chance to write some final comments on things that you think would be useful for the organizers. One is any general comments that you want to make. The second is something that would be very useful for us, which is something that I mentioned at the very beginning, and that is, what's happening at this meeting. It's not a finished job, as you can obviously appreciate, and there are going to be a lot of steps forward, probably, over the course of the next year, for example. So I would very much like you to think about those, either from the point of view of the organizers or even from the point of view of your own institutions or what things that could be contributed in other settings. Any information looking forward in the next year would be very valuable to collect. So there was another field on that, and I just wanted to get your brains thinking about that. And there will be an opportunity maybe for us to discuss at the very end of the session as well, before everyone leaves at 6. But also there will be an opportunity, if you're leaving early, to make comment on that. And with that, I'll just say that we can now move from here to your breakout sessions. And I think you know the lay of the land a little bit. Yes?
Sorry, I wasn't clear. Those comments can be posted online? Or
yes. Yeah. Well, we'll hopefully get a little bit at the very end, but it's also, I think, useful to, there's been so much going on here, it's useful to reflect a little bit on that and also have a venue to provide comments. So that is online, it's on the feedback site, and there's a section called Final Meeting Feedback. Is that correct, Jessica?
Yes.
Yes, so look for that site, and those two fields will be under it. So enjoy the next breakout sessions. If you need any help, I think there'll be people guiding you to your rooms. And same format as we used before when we reconvene. Could everyone take their seat, please? So we're going to get the reports from the breakout groups, but also Jessica has been beavering away, looking at the results from your input, which honestly, we're very curious to see what the results were going to be. This is indeed an experiment, and this is the readout of that experiment. So Jessica is going to give us just a general overview of what your input was through those 3 documents.
Thank you, Ron, and thank you to everyone for cooperating with this quick turnaround of feedback on our draft documents. I do have just 3 slides, which I would like to show you, if I could get that PowerPoint up. But I have to say that it was so encouraging to look through these responses, because while we did not have submissions from everyone, the submissions that we do have are overwhelmingly quite positive. So, for example, to statement number 1, which is about disclosing and acknowledging work via preprints, sort of scientists' attitudes and policies around preprints. We had, I have not fully gone through everything, but we have, it seems, 55 responses. A small fraction of those are from people who are not physically present at the meeting. But overwhelmingly, people would say they would either would endorse or would endorse with consideration of suggestions. And of the no's, there were 3 no's. 2 said they can't endorse things because of their position, and 1 would if changes were made. So I think this is so, this definitely gives us some sense of confidence that this is an area of agreement, which is very exciting. However, there are certainly areas that are generating more discussion than others. So I just want to highlight 1. This particular sentence, recognize that the work posted on a preprint server is not peer-reviewed, seemed to be a bit controversial. So this is 1 among other areas that we're going to be working on in the future. Now, for the second statement about journal policies, also very pleased to see a high rate of favorable responses. And perhaps it's unsurprising that this terse statement here generated a lot of comments. You know, I think if I had we'd broken this into smaller pieces, that might be more digestible, but as a non-12-year-old who doesn't understand what KIC is, much less how to use it, I can't particularly understand quite yet how we can improve this. And finally, draft number 3, this is the statement originally drafted by Mark Kirshner about evaluating and promoting scientists. Again, you see a pretty high rate of endorsement, although there are, there is 1 that again cannot endorse with the current position. though the response rate is a bit lower, perhaps it's just because it was posted today. But the area that I think is the most ambiguous is this statement about a preprint being superior in terms of evaluation, which I think is definitely something that we're going to want to look into as we revise these statements for further comment. So, I just want to briefly say that this is exactly the kind of tangible, practical, and kind of progress that I was hoping we could get out of the meeting. So to see some support for this really gives me some hope that we can move onto more final versions of these documents in the future. So thank you.
So I want to start with an announcement, which is a number of people have asked me about reimbursements. And for reimbursements, just the instructions I got were email Ron Vale. So it sounds like a joke, but that's the instruction I got.
Let me qualify that slightly before. My wife has a look at the next credit card bill. People that contacted me earlier who discussed a reimbursement with me already should send me their receipts. Okay, so it's not open to everyone in this room. But if you already contacted me, and particularly a lot of the junior faculty or other people that have already contacted me, again, yeah, send me your receipts after this meeting.
So we'll start with the discussions of the afternoon sessions and the consensus. Why don't we start with the moderators of Group 1, which is I think it's Leslie Wassel, right? Evaluating scientific work.
Where's Eisen? Just close your ears. All right, you guys, this is the solution to all of the ills and all the pathologies of scientific publishing that we hammered out.
Are you publishing it in Excel in 6 months?
No. I should scan it, we'll put it up. Anyway, so this is our experiment. In the spirit of experimentation, we had a really great group. We had funders and working scientists and editors and journal publishers, blah, blah, blah. So this is our idea. This is our experiment. So this is the beer and tacos experiment, which is why Eisen only wants beer, no tacos. So the idea is that at the moment there's 6 million pieces of scientific work circulating a year, and only a tiny fraction is made available at any one time. So we want to uncouple the accessibility, we want to uncouple the content from the evaluation. We want to see the content. We want everyone to take the 6 million pieces of work and put them on a preprint server. So we prefer one preprint server. We think that should be bioRxiv or something similar. It doesn't seem like technically feasible to have hundreds of them. And VTech has already agreed to shut down F1000 research in this future. It will be bioRxiv. To make the content a pleasure to read and make it look like an article, we have it formatted so it looks like a paper, not a 50-page double-spaced thing with figures at the end. It is then minimally screened by groups of people to make sure it's science, as is done right now. It is given a DOI cross-ref, so it is citable and discoverable, PubMed, Google, blah, 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 so people can do content searches. However, that's a huge amount of content, so how do we deal with it? Does it need to be peer-reviewed was a big question that, like, what is the point of peer review in that kind of environment? So I think the compromise we made is some amount of those 6 million papers will be read and commented upon. Maybe 10% of them will be commented on. And those comments could come in 2 flavors. This is the Eisen and Vosshall 2-tier system. One is that a group comes together and makes a comment. The second is that members of the community make comments. We want those people to sign the comments and to be validated, to have an ORCID number attached to it. So what's the role of the journals? Do we send Emily home to live on the streets? Do we send Emily Marcus just to be a homeless person? Every other editor dies? No. So we think that there's a place for the journals, because they have a system for curating knowledge. So the idea would be that they would fish around in the pool of 6 million preprints and pull content, or authors would do one-click submission to a journal. The journal then can't take 2 years to publish things because the clock is ticking, so it would automatically incentivize the journal to fish the content that they want to curate and push it out to the readers. So that is our proposal, the best of both worlds. Uncouple evaluation from actually accessing the content. Did I miss anything, kids? Are we done? We're done.
So I'll invite Judith to the stage here from HHMI.
Same topic, evaluation and peer review. And Mike Eisen was in our group, so we talked about that model also. So we started with the premise that preprint is a publication, it would be assigned a DOI, and that we would flip the process, that there was real value in flipping the process of having post-publication review. We discussed that there was a real consensus on that there is a need to conceive of a system of doing some type of peer enrichment of the work. And we talked about the Leslie and Mike model of 2 tracks, having comments where people sign it, but also having a more traditional peer review system, maybe with trusted editors that would select reviewers, so that review would be validated. It could be anonymous. We would not insist on people being non-anonymous. We think that would break a little bit of the magic of the system that we have. We also spent some time talking about some other things, the value of blogs. We talked about the world in music and how music is distributed and validated, and how one of the outcomes of that is that there are many less superstars, but a lot more music getting listened to. So thinking about learning from other enterprises how we might do things differently. We also spent some time talking about the importance of having an open architecture that allows people to develop new ways and tools to use papers and data to advance their own work. So better use of the internet, computational tools, that this would really help advance science across the board. We spent some time considering the risks and downsides of peer review as it stands today, to think about in this context of doing things differently, what should we be considering? And while we didn't find solutions, we felt it was really important to improve the process to eliminate things such as potential bias, sort of old boys network of I know you, you know me, I'll review for you. So I think as we construct something new, we felt it was very important to keep these things in mind and put things in place to try to avoid that. We discussed the need or the advantage of having some incentive for constructive review, for getting constructive review, and that was already discussed as reviewers, assigning an ORCID number, and reviewers getting some credit for constructive activity in a review process at some point. And we finished with agreeing that it was going to be really important early on for senior people to participate in this process, not just in submitting papers as a preprint and having post-publication review, but participating in reviewing and commenting on their colleagues' work, especially their junior colleagues, to help the system get some traction and succeed. And I think that's pretty it. Did I capture everything? Anything to add, Mike? Okay.
we endorse exactly what Leslie was saying.
We came to the same place on John. We did it.
We have consensus. So, meeting adjourned. I've been told to, instead of doing it the way that we did it last time, which was to have 4 people up front to go through all of the different groups, and then at the end we'll have one big group and we can have a more extended discussion. So I'd like to invite now Jennifer Lippico-Schwartz. Yes, she's up there. Who will be telling us about the second group, which was finding the information that scientists need.
Okay, so we had really 3 issues that, or 3 questions that the organizers really prompted us with, and I'll just go through these questions and sort of tell you a little bit about the way we brainstorm them. So one relates to what types of information might be linked to preprints to facilitate interpretation of data. And so I think obviously the most important thing was linking from preprint to final paper and vice versa. That was sort of like a no-brainer, that there has to be put into place that mechanism. And then we had quite a big discussion related to feedback to allow interaction between authors and readers, but also feedback into systems like blogs or Twitter and things like that. And so really, I think we really hadn't, our sense is that it could go either way. We could either start with a system where you have that type of feedback system integrated into it, into the preprint archiving system, or we start with an archive system that doesn't have that capability. Either way, I think we felt that it was, it would work out in the end, whichever way the decision was. But the key, we felt that it was going to be very critical to have that type of feedback, especially if the purpose of this preprint server is to try to disseminate, provide a mechanism for people being able to communicate and get feedback on these new developments. So another aspect of this system relates to how can the information be managed so that scientists can shift through preprints to find relevant information. Again, we think that it would be important for people to be able to, so we feel that use of keywords, categorization is really important for how these preprints come in. So I think one of the issues we discussed is the format of the preprint is going to be really critical for how it's ultimately going to be managed. And so again, there was a discussion of whether we just let people upload in a PDF format or put some requirements down that would immediately allow searchable engines to be able to go in, which these searchable engines have difficulty with PDF formats. So our general feeling was that we put down some sort of guidelines for how these papers come in to be, so that they can easily be categorized and manipulated by a broader community. Another issue relates to improvements that can be made to the preprints and where the system can evolve. And again, we had a very big discussion here related to something that Phil Bourne had talked about earlier, which is this digital continuum. And could this preprint system actually evolve into something super different than the way that our scientific communication is now focused on, which is in a journal format where you have very limited information bits that you can put out to the community. Our thinking is that we'd want to start small, but ultimately have in place a preprint system that would allow novel ways for data assessment to emerge. And part of that reason is that there's a lot of big data that's coming out of new imaging modalities, FibSim of whole brain sections, lattice light sheet imaging of 3D cells labeled with all kinds of 6 different markers, et cetera. Those data sets are not easily held by journals, but you can imagine if we had a preprint server system where you could put that type of data, that data then could be mined by other people in the scientific community to come up with new concept, new ideas, potentially using that as a basis for other publications, shared types of data format, I think is what we were thinking in terms of sort of a creative new type of scientific communication that might be possible with this preprint system if we were able to sort of let it evolve in a creative way where we could manage large data sets, videos, et cetera. And then finally, we talked about what kinds of tools and evaluation methods can and should be used to help the readers search for material by topic, date, and investigator, et cetera. Our thinking is, again, it's going to be a lot, that is going to be very much dependent on the implementation of a type of structured submission process where we potentially introduce ways to classify the material. So if you have particular formats that are entered into the system initially, it might be easier to then allow search engines to come in to mine, to allow people to be able to get access to the system. One final thing that we discussed that I think is really important is journals have implemented very rigorous standards for data manipulation, and I think this is going to be a potential problem with this preprint system unless we have also we introduce right up front ways to be able to pick up data fraud that I've been surprised, serving on many journal editorial boards, is still a recurrent problem in our field. Thank you.
Some of you may have noticed that we're not having the 4 leaders from each of the 2 sessions up here for general Q&A because Ron has pointed out that the clock is ticking. We want to have a more general unified discussion about next steps before people start to leave for trains and planes. So we're going to continue to have presentations only by the moderator of each group until we have heard from all 6 of the breakout groups, and then we'll join in a more general discussion, and hopefully many of you will have suggestions about what this group and the 4 organizers should be doing over the next couple of months to help put into place some of the things that we're all willing to recommend. The next group was moderated by Thierry Galley. Are you still here? Oh, no. So this is going to be Nidhi Bala. Thank you.
What's up? So we had the same questions that Jennifer brought up, and we basically focused on 2 of them. In what way could preprints be improved? And in what ways could we come up with tools and evaluations to help discovery so that scientists could find the papers that they're interested in? And one thing that came up during our discussion is that how are we going to find the papers that we don't even know we should be interested in, right? So often when we're browsing journals, we're looking for papers and we find something that's interesting and it's not directly related to what we work on, but it ends up influencing the way we think about something. And so is there a way that we can start to think about that to help discovery? So in the context of improvements to preprints, I think one thing that sort of also came up when we were talking about the draft was, in what way can preprints sort of be an improvement over what shows up in the journal? And so we can have new ways to represent the data, and so these are things that Jennifer also mentioned. We can make the data and the figures searchable, and that might require that the paper does not get uploaded as a standard PDF, but actually gets uploaded in a different format. Somebody mentioned XML, and that might require costs. So there might be a premium service associated with uploading your paper on bioRxiv, so that then you can access this new way of presenting your data. And then one thing that was brought up is that this might allow the story to be broken up into digestible nuggets so that people could look for the aspect of the story that they're most interested in. And then the one thing that was also brought up when we were talking about the improvements of preprints is that it was very clear to a lot of people that the format of the paper had to be maintained. This idea that there's an abstract, an intro, a results, and a discussion was something that people needed to maintain in order so that people could easily find what they wanted. And then we focused on tools and evaluations to help discovery. And so how do you address topic, significance, or novelty of the papers that you should be looking for? And so everybody brought up that they have their own personal filters. There could be something like an RSS feed, or there could be a search by a topic or an author. Some people brought up that there might be network influence or something along the lines of people you know who are reading the same story. And then if you use social networks, whether or not it shows up on Twitter or on Facebook, or if you do a search by Google Scholar. But another interesting thing that came up was this idea that maybe in order to highlight papers that people thought were really interesting, there should be something along the lines of a journal club. And that the journal club would be something maybe that trainees and PIs or trainees are involved in that sort of highlight a paper, and the trainees write something on that paper, a commentary that highlights the importance of that paper and why it might be something that other scientists would want to look at. And this actually reminded me something of that Michael Hendricks had been bringing up on Twitter, which is this idea that maybe we should be using the law review as a format to evaluate papers. And so here's an opportunity for trainees to get involved in evaluating papers and highlighting papers that might be interesting along the ways that law reviews use law students to do the same thing. And then we also talked about, okay, well, if there are a lot of papers, how are you going to find what you want? How are you going to find what you need? And that, I mean, we were pretty challenged by that. I mean, most of the ways that we typically find the papers we need, we were worried that we wouldn't find other things that we might want. And so one thing that was brought up is that maybe on some level we have to put papers in bioRxiv, and then somebody is going to come up with an app. And someone's going to come up with a way to do a search and come up with a way to highlight papers, and we have to wait for that innovation to happen because we don't know how it's going to happen yet. And then another thing that came up is that there's something called channels that is currently available on bioRxiv, and this is an opportunity for authors who feel like that there's a specific area of interest that's not being covered appropriately, and so that their paper fills that area of interest, and they identify additional papers that satisfy the same areas of interest. They contact the corresponding authors of those papers, and they ask them to be included in this channel. And so it's essentially a way for a group of papers that reflect a specific area of interest to be bundled or grouped together so that people who might be interested in it sort of have a one-stop shop to find papers that are addressing what they're interested in. Did I leave out anything? Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to go on to presentations by the leaders of two groups who are talking about how to organize scientific work on the internet. I'm sensing that there's quite a lot of overlap in the discussions of all these three groups, or 6 groups, and that may make it useful for us to consolidate all the discussion thereafter. So the next presentation is by Cynthia Wahlberger.
Great. All right. So our task was to discuss organizing scientific work on the internet, so some of the sort of practical aspects of how the archive might look. The first question we talked about was how to archive preprints. And I have to say, I walked into the room thinking that everyone was going to say, yeah, we're just going to have one archive, that's it, it'll be bioRxiv. But while everyone saw the merits in having a single archive, there was a feeling that in practice we should allow multiple experiments and see which work. We effectively already have several preprint archives out there. And, you know, one of Paul Ginspark's comments was that if they were starting the archive again today, as opposed to 25 years ago, they might arrive at some different decisions. So rather than simply following existing models, we should allow a variety of preprint archives to exist. And so the way one would deal with having multiple archives would be to have a central site that would actually index the preprints on whatever the preprint archives are out there, and also archive those preprints. So if any of those archives ever went away, there would be copies on this central repository, and there, mirror sites and disaster recovery and all of those things that you do with any kind of database. So it would be the database of archives. The suggestion would be that it would be housed at NLM, so PubMed or something affiliated with that. As a central organization. And then anything that would be indexed in that central archive, the PubMed equivalent of the preprint world, would have to abide by agreed upon standards. I mean, there are we heard about the standards for archive, there are hygiene, as referred to it, and certain other minimum standards that were needed before something could be even put up on archive. We have those standards for PubMed. So we could similarly have a set of standards that if for something to be indexed from any freestanding preprint archive would have to abide by those standards. The standards would be determined by the governing body, the advisory committee, or whatever you want to call the governing board, just as PubMed has a governing board. It would consist of stakeholders, an international group of stakeholders that would agree upon the standards for the archive. Now, what something might look like was shown to us by Jeremy Berg. So at Pitt, at the University of Pittsburgh Medical School, they actually have a search engine that's been established there for preprints. So this is not, there are no preprints at Pitt. This is simply a search engine that will go through preprint archives and search for articles. So this is, I'm not saying, I would envision something more complex, and that would have more categories. But this is the, the equivalent of the Google Scholar of the preprint world. So some features that the preprint archive should have. So it should follow open standards, so community-based standards for data management and searching. We already heard there'd be a DOI assigned just as it is for archive. We should allow versioning just as for archive with all previous versions maintained on the site. That would include any papers or preprints that were retracted, just as the case now with papers that are indexed on PubMed. The citation remains there, but there's an indication both in the abstract and then in the downloaded preprint that it's a retracted paper. So it preserves all information, whether it was correct or not. We also discussed language and agreed that, like archive, we should allow submissions in any language, but that the abstract should be in English. And then that would allow, that would make the entire archive searchable, which would use English keywords, so you could at least search for articles and then go in. By the way, this also means if we accept foreign language articles, whoever is doing the checking of the articles before they're posted, there's going to have to be personnel that can understand whatever the given language is. And finally, that the archive should provide metrics. On any given page, there should be abstract views, downloads, and whatever the metrics are for how much that preprint is utilized. Other features we discussed was whether that there should be identifiers as the stage of the article. So, in other words, is it a preprint, so something that has not been published in a journal? There should be an indicator whether it's published in a journal, so that's done at the moment on archive, where you then have the DOI and the citation for the subsequent publication of the final version of the preprint. And the one other thing we talked about that I believe they don't have on archive are papers that have essentially been accepted through post-publication peer review. So like the F1000 model, there would be some indicator or signifier on the page that this had been a paper that had gone through reviews, that it had, I think the minimum is 2 reviews in F1000, and that would signify that as well. And finally, there was agreement that we should allow commenting. That's allowed now in bioRxiv. I guess it's not utilized that much at the moment. Clearly, the community needs to agree upon standards for commenting, self-identification, and moderation, and so on. But we agreed that that would be a desirable feature. And I think that's, oh, yes, a couple of other issues. One thing we talked about was authorship, so how to vouch for authors. So when you submit a paper, there's some process by which the journal verifies that all the authors have agreed upon, and some they have to generate an email, and others a senior author vouches for them. But this is going to have to be an issue that's dealt with as well on the archive server. And finally, there was a question that Ron gave us, and that is to what should we even call the different versions or different things that are posted on this server? Should we use the word preprint? And we had the suggestion that there be a community-wide competition to actually solicit suggestions for names, whether we call it a preprint, whether we want to have different stages of articles called something different, rather than just this small group here coming up with suggestions. So that was it for our discussion.
Thank you. I can attest that was a very accurate rendition of what went on in our group. Thank you, Cynthia. And finally, we're going to have a presentation by Yochai Benkler.
So I'm going to try to be not completely redundant after 5 other presentations that mostly said similar and largely overlapping things. And it's nice that Cynthia made her comments, because if there's a theme that differentiates their group from ours, it's that we ended up, ironically, with a more relaxed view. Less control, more let 1,000 flowers bloom and anticipate that 1 or 2 will survive. So on the question of archiving stable systems, the general very quick sense was the problem is solved. Redundancy, geographic and location, locks, clocks, etc., is already a solved problem, not different for preprint than any other database. On the question of cost and how expensive, the emphasis was on relatively low-cost ingestion process, much cheaper cost per manuscript. The concern that the more complex the service, the more you try to solve all of the problems that you anticipate in the process itself, the heavier the burden, the less likely the thing is to work. A coarse filter is cheaper, and all that's necessary for the quality of the signal that's associated with a working paper or a preprint. Moderating doesn't need to be done by paid people. It should be done by volunteer people. A lot of people can do it on a very short basis if the filter is coarse enough. Moderation systems are scalable. You've got more papers because you have more people, but you have more people means you can do more moderation, and there are lots of systems of moderation on the net that use that. There was a good bit of emphasis on the fact that it's got to not be a system that ends up being a little less than a journal. That's not going to be the solution, and the more you throw trying to solve the problems of what the public perception will be, what the various authorities will do with it, by ratcheting up the ingestion system and the moderation system, the more you're going to undermine the process. There was a sense that algorithmic systems can help, like with simple plagiarism detection already in bioRxiv, but not enough. In the question of single system versus small number of systems, there was, again, much more of a let the thing run. We already have some systems, too early to lock in on one, too early to specify what will work with one. But practice on the net has been that network effects will end up having 1 or 2, not more systems. You want everybody to see the thing that is your paper or your working paper. There's going to be one system everybody goes to read, and one system that everybody posts on. Once somebody gets ahead, it'll tip in that direction like everything else does on the net. A lot of time we spent on versioning, critical point for it to be standards-based, a lot of keeping careful versions, very different from the first team, a strong insistence on not being able to retract the version, being able to comment on and say what was the issue with this one, but keeping a full record so that people can see how things have changed over time. On the question of commenting, I'd say most of the people, but not all of the people, thought that comments were worthwhile. But I and maybe 1 or more other people said, notice that most of the systems that are actually out there don't end up relying on commenting, and it's not a critical function. And from me, in general, don't reinvent the system. It's physics and math is one place that's very prominent and very close to you because it's exact sciences, but it's throughout the social sciences, working papers, things moving long before formal publication are out there already. They're being used in all of the ways that you want them to be used. Commenting is not that common. And the critical point there is, if something is hard to build, you shouldn't try to get hung up on building it. We had some conversation on whether what you want is open submission or some form of limited accreditation that somebody at least who's inside the system says this is a legitimate scientist. The general sense was it's better to put a little bit more weight on the course filtering for quality of the science, a little less on attestation in advanced. The need to build a new system rather than just trying to put everything on archive was put because of the concerns, for example, with LaTeX or DOI per version. And actually the idea of not putting it into PubMed and in that regard not trying to build a global stakeholder governance system, but having something much more lightweight. And the idea is that PubMed can be left for things that are more formal and published, and that at the moment you have all sorts of algorithmic mechanisms for searching, whether it's Google Scholar or any one of a number of new things. And to abstract from that a little bit, build things that are open enough, searchable enough, usable enough by search and filtering mechanisms you don't know yet and haven't built, so that they can be ingested into the 5 or 10 year from now generation of search engines, rather than you predefining how the thing will be searched. Did I forget anything from our group? Anyone? No? Okay.
Okay, thank you. I think I see some points of contention already building, especially over the question of if we're going to start with a world that currently exists, which we have to do, where there are multiple servers in existence, and I don't hear anybody who runs such a server saying they would like to become part of the others. We have to have some way to think about how the user of preprints are going to become popular only if people see the value and submit, but they're going to see the value and submit only if they feel that things are accessible and there's some one place to go, and whether it's your local University of Pittsburgh library search engine or something engineered by a centralized force like the Library of Medicine, we've got to have some way to make things accessible. And I don't hear a clear message yet from that discussion. Now, Ron wants to broaden the questions a little bit. And Ron, why don't you come on up here, because you want to have a role in this final discussion. Yes? Yeah. So what we, as organizers of this meeting, are particularly concerned about is next steps. We've had a lot of discussion. I see a hand over there. I'll be with you in a minute. We have these documents which we can massage further. Some of them are not for us to submit. They're for the publishers or for university administrators and department chairs to think about. But I think what we'd like to have at this point is a set of comments about what we as a community, 4 of us as organizers of this meeting, should be doing next to make I think there's general consensus that filing preprints, posting preprints in various places is a good thing. I'm among those who strongly support the idea, and yet I've never posted one. My next paper will go somewhere. I'm not even sure where it should go yet. So I would like to hear, and we all would like to hear what those of you who remain, that's probably 80% of the attendees, not too bad for 5 o'clock, what you have to say about what things ought to happen next. Elizabeth, did I see your hand first? And then Randy.
I would just like to add to the discussion being agnostic for the moment about whether we should have multiple servers or a single central server. That perhaps as a first approximation we should consider not just a central.
Here's a microphone, Elizabeth.
As a first consideration, we might consider not just a central U.S. authority, but an international authority, which might have more weight and be politically more acceptable and drive adoption better internationally. I have no idea what the proper international agency might be, the WHO or something like that. I'm just saying.
Let me just clarify what Cynthia was saying. We were talking about using the Library of Medicine because they've done this kind of thing, but the governance body was to be an international body that represents all forces. It was a matter of convenience. I see Randy, and then I see Leslie and lots of other hands as well. Okay.
Yeah. It seems to me the first problem is getting some mechanism to encourage people to post on the, let's say it's the bioarchive or whatever archive. But right now, from what I gather, we didn't hear any statistics from Cold Spring Harbor, but I gather that there really aren't that many papers being posted on bioarchive. It doesn't seem to me in the initial years that it's taken off quite as dramatically as we saw with the physics.
It was what, 3,000? Is that right?
3,000 over what period of time?
2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a small.
I would be wary of the hockey stick analogy. But we need more. We need a mechanism, I would say, to encourage more postings. So I know at eLife we've just concluded a negotiation with bioarchive to allow simultaneous submission, but I think what you need now is something to actually encourage authors to do that rather than simply to allow it. So how can we encourage, how can we provide incentives to journals to urge their authors to do this? If we could do that for those journals that have agreed to this with the bioarchive, I think actually then we really could see a
Well, I think you heard
increase.
two things at this meeting. I think there will be some kind of statement subscribed to by people here, maybe some people online, that we as scientists who may be in the 1%, but many of us are leaders, we subscribe to the idea. Number two, having some journals, if not all, say this is important. That will force the hand of other journals. And I think those would be two positive steps, but I think your point's important.
What we might think about not just what we say, but how we actually implement that, how we can encourage people to do this.
The point of the PIT search engine was not that it's a wonderful search engine. It's pretty simple, but it's the advantage of having clearly enough interoperability that could be built, I think, without the knowledge of any of the archive sites.
Well, it creates the third model. One model is to say, let's just get everything into one preprint server. The second model is to have something federated like a PubMed, which federates a lot of journals. And the third would be to have local search engines that search all of the known existing preprint servers. So those are three models.
Right, but I don't think there's any reason to have lots of people build the same thing. It's just whether it's done by...
Well, whether it's the same, whether they use yours, import yours to their libraries, it's just still local access. Leslie.
So I'm interested to hear why you are not going to submit your next paper to bioarchive simultaneously with eLife or Cell, because I think that's the key question. What would it take? What would it actually take?
No,
He hasn't chosen which one. Which server. Good.
My next one is going
I'm going
to
to kiss you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because what would it take for this to work is that it isn't enough for every single person in this room to commit to posting their paper on bioarchive. Like we need more than 70 people. So what would it take? What would it take? I asked Erin O'Shea, what would it take for Erin O'Shea to say, we strongly encourage all Hughes investigators. She can't say we force. She still wants to analyze the problem, right? So what would it take? I don't think that I'll do it. Like I'm not going to submit anything to a journal before I put it on bioarchive.
So I think what it would take are some solid incentives and also guarantees that it won't do any harm. It's fine to tell Hughes investigators or people who are incredibly well funded and well established.
I should really clarify. that it's a risk. It's a huge risk.
No, I don't think. No, so I'm just.
So
no,
I'm not. I don't want to set up like a 1%er system for publishing, but someone has to. Someone has to take the plunge. So who will take the plunge?
No, but I don't think we should view it that way. I think what we need to do is enlist the help of the NIH and perhaps some of the societies to put in place multiple sort of incentives and also assurances that it will establish priority. I mean, this was the issue that that we talked about this morning. It needs to establish priority. It needs to be universally accepted or broadly enough accepted. And if the NIH could provide some incentive in some way, for example, a declaration that a preprint will be acceptable as progress when you resubmit when you apply for a competing renewal or something like that, those could create a set of incentives that would really assure people that it won't harm their careers and actually promote the use of the archive.
I would like to just support what Cynthia just said, because I think this morning's discussion was intended to make this a safe place, a safe thing to do. And not that the risks are really so great, but people don't know a lot about preprint servers. It's not the common practice in biology. And by saying that these things have been discussed and looked at, and there really aren't, that there is support for doing things in a way that don't have repercussions. Mark. Sorry. We have other people on the list. Yes.
I'm completely amazed. I can't believe that we're discussing incentives for. We started out here with visions, ideas, revolution. Now we're talking about incentives for putting a paper on bioRxiv. I mean, last one I did, I just put it on and then submitted it, I think to eLife first, actually, after having, the day after having put it on bioRxiv. I feel bad that I only put it in a day before. We're talking about that. This is ridiculous. This is not a revolution. This is nothing. I'm sorry. I was going to put a spanner in the works this morning. We need the opposite. Yeah.
So I think the incentive is clear. And, Harold, you said it really nicely. We're scholars. And getting our work out there to be evaluated quicker is just an optimistic, scholarly vision that we should all get behind. So let's just post the papers when we're done with them. And it has no cost to junior scientists if it exists in parallel with this system right now. But let's just start by putting the papers out there.
I think that's a very important point, that this is a conservative world that does things the way people in this world do things the way they usually do them. And to say, you are unusual in being as enthusiastic as you are. We're enthusiastic in this room, I think, but we've had a lot of discussion about what could be disincentives, and I think most people feel pretty comfortable. I think if everybody in this room does what you do routinely, that will have a big effect. Mark.
Well, I'm just going to reiterate this thing in a sense that there doesn't seem to be any downside and only upsides to doing this for the individual, except the question about whether this is acceptable to the existing journals. That is the only disincentive. So that could be because, what it means is, from the point of view of priority, which is extremely important at that moment to when an individual puts that paper in, it establishes the earliest possible priority you could ever imagine, which is when you finish writing the paper, you have that moment of priority, and you share it maybe with someone who submitted it 2 weeks earlier, but at least you're essentially in that group. So the real question, to my mind, is that we'll have to explain this thing, because there's always fear of the unknown. But I don't think there's any disincentive if the journals go along with this and say that they will not block you from submitting this thing if you're to the journal. So we could find that out very quickly. Probably most journals will accept this. A few of the big journals haven't really expressed themselves on this issue. If there's strong opposition on that part, then I think that we can the resolve of many people.
I don't think you want to underestimate the power of the authors. That if we, the authors who are needed by the journals, say we're doing things this way, journals will come along in the long run. I realize that it's a
but I'm just trying to think of what is the disincentive, and that's the only disincentive I can think of.
Mark, can I just read out from bioRxiv page? Many journals, all called free Harvard Press titles, Envo Journal, Nature Journals, Science, eLife Journal, etc. Wow. It's there. They all encourage.
Well, then there's no disincentive. It seems that the cell journals are not on that list.
Yeah, that's the only one.
Well, no, I'm saying we don't have to live without. Maybe they will come along. I mean, that's.
Well, they can't live without us.
Pardon? Well, that may be
without us. Ruth.
The time of day. I really didn't, until Ron contacted me, I didn't really know much about preprints. So I think the major problem is actually not knowing about it. And it wasn't until I wrote to, our entire institute to ask them about it. And so what I'm bringing away from this is like the next, and I think this may give us a competitive edge. At our next time when we call for applications for faculty, we will have on there that you can also submit your preprints in your CV. And that's kind of, but the point is the word is just not out. So I think that is something where maybe BioX also hasn't done a good job or I don't know. It's not like when you go on PubMed, you don't see it, right? So there's a lot of what simple people like me use for their searches. They may not get to this. So how can we actually just make it clear that, because we're a very small number. So I don't think, once people know about it, and it was actually very interesting. So in my quick search, the junior faculty were in general much, much more in favor than the senior faculty.
I think the influence of this meeting being held should not be underestimated. And
now they know about it.
Much to our advantage, Nature and Science, and even the newspapers. There were some newspaper stories about us in relation to the Zika phenomenon, so that's kind of interesting. So I see some hands going up here. Mike, go ahead. Yeah, got a microphone?
Just briefly, I don't think the journals are really the issue now. Most journals have actually active policies very much supporting preprint server posting. But a positive incentive would definitely be if funders came out and actively said we will start to count this for research assessment. And just a quick note on that, Rani and I were involved in this San Francisco Declaration for Research Assessment. So from that point of view, it's quite interesting that the diction to impact factors in journal names is really the prospective nature of those things, because research assessment is always trying to evaluate the latest output of researchers, and by proxy of journal name is a predictor of performance of the research published. If research assessors start looking at preprints, we may wean ourselves off the addiction to impact factors a little bit, because it's a much more real-time measure of research outcome.
Yeah. No, I agree with what you said. I want to put out one difference, though, that if, first of all, it's going to take time for the funding agencies to deliberate and make a pronouncement. That will certainly take months, if not longer. If they don't accept preprints, that's where we are now in the situation with respect to perception about journals. And I'm taking into consideration that many journals have already endorsed the idea. There's actually, if a journal will not accept a manuscript that's been preprint, then there's a penalty as opposed to what goes on at the agencies. Okay, so Elizabeth, I'm sorry, Mike. Elizabeth, okay.
I was just going to say, removing disincentives at the journal level, it may be necessary, but with all due respect to Mark, it's relatively trivial. To me, the important part, with or without cell, with all due respect to you. Okay, all right. No, but in my view, if the major funding agencies allow the submission of work on preprint servers, game over. Then people will be flocking to preprint servers.
I agree.
That's really the only critical incentive and requirement of
whether you need that to do this. I agree. There should be a feeling of enthusiasm for it anyway, but I think it does create an inducement, whether the inducements are needed or not. Mike.
Okay, I have just two quick things. So one is, I think it points to, first of all, let me just say it's been a wonderful meeting, and I think it's been great to see everybody basically rallying behind the principles of preprints being important for science and the ideas that we can do peer review and other things around preprints in new and interesting ways, and I think this is fantastic. But I'd like to, it's unbelievable to me, and it just points to the I'm sorry to the editors in the room, but to the toxic way we've let journals run our lives, that it comes up even for a second that we would have a whole meeting in which we decide that preprints are really important to publishing, and that the thing that's going to govern our behavior is whether a bunch of journals think it's okay that we do this. This is the perfect evidence that science needs to take back the act of publishing for ourselves and decide what we need to do. The journals can come along if they want to, but they cannot dictate what we do in any way, shape, or form. And if they try to dictate, we have a finger for that. So, and let me just also say that like, look, we can make a big difference. I think if we don't come out of this meeting with all the people who are in this room, junior scientists who are in a different position aside, that if we don't come out of this meeting with all the people who are in this room pledging to post every single one of their papers on preprints starting tomorrow, whatever we decide to do is going to be a failure, because that has to start happening, or we're just going to be, no one's going to take us seriously.
I think you may be saying this too, but I just would like to point out that we in the scientific community have a lot of blame to accept for the situation we've gotten ourselves in. Right, exactly. I agree with that entirely. Yeah, sorry. Yes.
So I agree with Elizabeth said that the incentive is clear. It has to be follow the money, essentially. But I would like to add another perspective, which I think has been a little bit overlooked in this meeting, which is what I do for a living, which is the world of associations. And I think there is a very active role that societies, professional societies, can play in this. And the model of professional societies of the past has been essentially follow the three revenue streams, which is publishing, which is membership, and meetings. And I think the vision for the future, which is very conducive to what we're discussing, is that for society to create that forum, for their domain. So in my case, I'm from ASM, so my vision for ASM is that of creating a forum for microbial sciences where the microbial scientists can go to find information that is relevant to them, that they seek. Is the one-stop shop where they grow personally and professionally for what they care in science. And in all honesty, I don't care if it's one server, if it's 10 servers, or whatever it is, as long as I, as a society, have the flexibility to interface with this data repository and these sources so that I can aggregate it and deliver it to my community in a way that is conducive to what my members need. Because ultimately, our goal is that of promoting the science and the scientists. And so I think that I would pledge for whatever happens after this meeting that professional societies are involved in what the next step happens, together with funding agencies, together with commercial publishers, because there is a big role, because ultimately this is in the interest of the scientists that occupy a certain field, and we can do a great deal of service if we help integrate all this information, and certainly preprint is a great example for this.
Good, thank you. Phil.
So I'm thinking of a sort of wacky idea that, because when I hear the word pledge, I always worry about, yes, I pledge to do something. And then, of course, the day after we leave this meeting, our energy level drops back and it doesn't happen. So how can we put something out there that really shows that we're living up to the pledge? And I'm always thinking about those thermometers you see in various places when they're trying to raise money for something. And it sort of works. You see it and you kind of react to it. And I'm wondering whether, if we all commit to this, and it's more than just a thermometer. The thermometer, let's commit to something. 10,000 preprints by the end of 2016. I don't know, whatever it is, and that then we have a metric that there's a website which reports this, but it also has your ORCID, and people can go and look up and see how many, who's doing well, who's actually done this, because I fear without really a quantitative way of looking at how we've complied with the pledge, we won't pledge. We'll pledge, but we won't comply.
Well, I hope you come up with a good metric that we can use, because those of us remember the PLOS pledge in 2001. Very hard to monitor and probably very little compliance.
Very little.
Yeah, you and me.
Both true, but it did have a moral impact.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that, yeah. All right, no further comment on that. Other?
Harold?
Yeah. Back here.
Yeah, I mean, just like to redirect the conversation just a tiny bit, just so we don't lose the kind of the opportunity that we've kind of developed over the course of this meeting, and also a way in which all of you really can help. Reality, it took us 7 months to generate this meeting, and I would say that 7 months was just to do the experiment right, to answer the question of whether this concept of preprints would be a valuable mechanism for the community. And honestly, we didn't, we just tried to do the experiment properly so we can kind of get a definitive answer to that, whether it's worth further work. I think what we've heard today has been extremely interesting and actually more overwhelmingly positive than I think even the organizers envisioned. So that's fantastic, and it actually, we're all getting very excited about it at the end, about what the opportunities are, because we've heard many different voices from many different points of view say, why this may be a really important next step for our profession. And I think, the great danger is we, this is the last half hour of the meeting. We're all energized with excitement, and we walk out of this room, and nothing happens. And, the submissions to bioRxiv go from 1,000 to 2,000, and that's not the kind of revolution in communication that we're looking for. And to be honest, I think what we really, there's some time dependency in this too. Also, if this is going to take 3 years, everyone's going to lose interest, especially our community. They'll see this as yet another experiment tried that just fizzled away. And honestly, this is going to be a lot harder than us beating our chests in this room today. I honestly think it's going to take a lot of hard work and probably a one-year strategy. I'd like to see a one-year strategy of various pieces of the puzzle coming together. And that means, first of all, identifying what those pieces of the puzzle are and possibly in what order. I mean, you've heard that funding agencies are an important piece of the puzzle, and journals, et cetera. But I think the real goal is, like, in 1 year, where do we really want to be? What would the 1 year benchmark look like for us, and how do we actually get there? Because getting there, if it took us 7 months to reach this meeting, there's a lot of hard work to get there to that vision of where we want to be in 1 year. So I would just say that I think we're willing to work towards that vision, but that vision is also going to take a lot of people in this room and beyond this room who are actually going to roll up their sleeves and do work. Some of that may be, the people who are making databases really actually asking the hard question of what the next database is going to be. It's going to be the funding agencies, working through their internal organizations. It's going to be private foundations talking to one another in a cooperative way. It's going to be all of us actually in kind of a hard-fought ground battle going to our promotion committees at our own universities, scheduling meetings to have those conversations. I mean, this is not going to be easy work. This is not going to be easy work. And I think the only way it's going to happen is if we kind of collectively develop a really strategic plan and execute it. And kind of realize that we're all working together with that plan. But if anyone thinks this is going to be easy, forget it. We're all going to have to put in a lot of work to make this happen. I think what would be very valuable for me, being the pragmatist, is first of all, collectively kind of decide what's a good time frame and what's a good goal for that time frame, and then what are all the pieces that are going to be needed to come together to make that happen. I mean, I think that would be a great topic for discussion both now, because it may solidify some action points thereafter, but it's also, you know, going to require actually us and a lot of you out here to be part of that, you know, whatever, that one-year goal and that one-year strategy plan.
I'd just like to say a couple things in that regard. One is total victory, you know, in a bloody battle should not be our goal. There are lots of soft measures we could take, which would cost absolutely nothing and not offend anybody. The next time we put an ad or for a job applicant, we could say we accept things that are, you know, publications loaded on a preprint server. Just that's a soft thing to do. I actually think that it would be better to see this as not a fractured community asserting its will over some reluctant elements, but more that we work to try to convince other people to what the advantages are for them as well as for us. I don't see, frankly, that there are any losers in this. And I think one of the reasons I was sort of surprised, I think as several other people were, that people said we needed an incentive to do it, was because all there were are incentives and really no disincentives unless you consider one or two journals as not, at the moment, accepting it, which have hardly had a chance to think about it. So I think we really shouldn't, and maybe this is what Ron was saying, we should work on several planes to try to spread the word, and I don't think we need to have 80,000 people using the archive in 6 months. I mean, it may be nice, but success would be really to bring the whole community along as partners in this venture.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I think this is great, and I really think there's no reason why this can't be achieved, because it doesn't hurt anybody. So let's assume it can be achieved. Then my question is, what have we really achieved? As long as the preprint is the paper that we submit on bioRxiv the same day or the day before we submit it to a proper journal, and it then goes on to its tour. You know, I'm not really I'm sure we've achieved that much. It's a tiny step, and let's do it. Maybe that's a basis for further steps. But if we think we can mobilize the community to do that, why can we not mobilize the community to be nicer reviewers? I've said it before, the Evo-Devo community, they all love each other. They wave their papers through the journals. They get published in incredibly high impact journals. Why can we not call on all our colleagues to be better, more positive reviewers, and to stop this taking 2 years? It's not the editors. Everybody in this room has said it. It's not the editors. It's us and our colleagues. So if we think we have the power to change, journals aren't bad. I mean, we all think the peer review system in principle is not bad. And so why can we not use our power to change that? It's two questions. I mean, one, I think, is the step we're taking is minimal. Does it really help? And the other is, if we have the power to change, why not change that? It doesn't go down well.
So I think the one of the pieces that Ron mentioned that we have to get on board with this, and we focused on incentives for PIs to do this. I think we have to start talking to postdocs and grad students about what it's going to take for them to be comfortable with bioRxiv. And I don't think that means shaming them if they don't want to do it. And I don't think that means shaming them if they're worried about it. I think it takes having a hard conversation with them so that they know that this is not going to put them at a deficit if they're going on the job market and are worried about postdocs. And so any conversation that we have, whether we go back to our departments, whether we go back to, our societies,
or the meetings that we're going to go to try and talk people into coming along with this has to involve the postdocs and grad students and what it's going to take for them to feel okay about this. Because the one thing I absolutely worry about, and props to all the people, HHMI people that are willing to do this, and I am worried about the people who don't have HHMI, that have to struggle with getting their NIH renewals, that have to worry about whether their postdocs are going to get jobs, with whether or not their grad students are going to get postdocs. And they do not want to put them at a deficit. I do not want to put my students at a deficit for the sake of something that everybody says we should be doing and nobody does.
Yes, and I just want to follow up on that and echo this idea that while it is a simple sounding change, a minimal change, it is actually very momentous and quite important both for the career advancement of postdocs, but it's also, it is a barrier. And so I very much appreciate you bringing that perspective here. But I think that the support of all of these senior scientists and funding agencies and journals will really encourage postdocs and grad students to feel more confident in using preprints. So I just want to highlight that importance.
And I just want to echo that again. I mean, those were my opening remarks, that's the target audience that we need to think about and be realistic about and be trying to support, because they should be the ones, again, making these decisions, not me. And, they are right now in the system of life science research, they feel very fragile. They'd like to do things. And as I said again, they're looking at us as leaders. And if we as leaders from funding agencies, from foundations, from journals, are leading the way to say that this is a good mechanism of communication, they will follow. If we're disorganized and we're confused and we can't communicate a good message and a clear message, it's just asking too much from them. So I think they are looking to us, and they, as I said before, they're looking to us to see how we behave and how we can put something good and reasonable in front of them. So I think really, they're going to make the decisions, and the burden is on us to, take the leadership role to show them that we're behind this.
So I just wanted to return to some points that Harlan made earlier this morning. Bernd, you're absolutely right that I think we're at the point where the vast majority of journals are basically saying this is okay, but I would emphasize, I'd qualify that by saying that's it's basic research journals. It's far from clear. I think in the clinical arena is a very, very different picture, and certainly that we've heard from MDs that there is no less need there. So I wonder, in terms of what journals can do, I mean, maybe Elizabeth can address this, and maybe the folks from Nature. I mean, PLOS and Nature are probably the two people that publish medical journals that have very obvious pro-preprint policies. I don't know whether this is, that ends up being a competitive advantage. This is something that you can push as something that you do, and a lot of these other journals don't, but that might have a push on the clinical side.
I would also really like to get out of this meeting with a practical step that everybody knows what to do next. We have spoken about the idea, okay, everybody's posts their next paper as a preprint, actually. I hope that everybody is doing this. I don't believe it. The second thing is we keep forgetting the other side of the mechanism, that is the review. You may not have a paper in the pipeline right now that you can post tomorrow, but what you can do tomorrow is review a preprint. Any preprint. If it's from 1991, that's fine as well. So I would suggest everyone in the room review a preprint by the end of the week and let the world know about it. Post it in some public forum of your choice. And then February 29th is Leap Day. Leaps are something that we should strive for. Initially, when we started this meeting, everybody said, yeah, we're really planning. We don't want to have yet another one of those meetings. I'm really afraid this is just another one of those meetings. And so on February 29th, we will then bring together our communities. Everybody is supposed to do a review or post a preprint on that day. And then we can see how things develop. And we will use our preprints that we're going to review this week as the basis for getting the community engaged until Leap Day. Is that a concrete enough suggestion for actually doing something?
Well, I just want to say, as a really actionable item, I would like you to fill out in that comment section that Jessica mentioned, what are real actionable items that you would like to see happen in the next year. We can start assembling them, organizing them, but I mean, there's too much information, going through everyone's brains right now, and I think we're going to need to really evaluate that very carefully. I mean, the draft documents I don't think are going to be released immediately. They're going to require a little more thought, but something like these can go forward. But I think what would be an excellent next step is, potentially for you to give this feedback, we're going to think about what the actionable next steps are. And it would be great to create like a one-year, vision for, steps and different components that could act to move this forward.
Page on our website that has concrete actions.
Exactly.
That are good. In my own world, what I plan to do is to go talk to the dean of the graduate school and the medical school and say, let's incorporate some statement about posted preprints as material we'd like to see submitted when jobs are applied for. That has a huge effect on the postdoctoral community. It says that while Cornell Medical College expects people to come with a dossier that includes a preprint, it provides support for the general notion. This is useful in career development, and I don't want to necessarily call it a necessary incentive, but it does build a sense of comfort with the idea that posting preprints is the right thing to do. And I think we could develop quite a litany of things of that sort that would have a real impact. We need to work with our colleagues at the NIH to have them make that part of the grant submission process. I think there are a number of things that would make the world seem more comfortable. I understand that this should be a no-brainer. There really are no downsides, but it's still going to be a long process. I know from the wrestling we've done trying to advance open access took a long, long time before people got comfortable with these ideas, and the world has changed as a result. But I don't think we're going to have a transformation overnight, much as we'd like to have that.
So just again, that form is under feedback, final meeting feedback. So please do take a moment to fill it out. Thank you.
See a few more hands.
Yeah. Annette Thomas from Springer Nature. Ron and Harold, you just actually encapsulated what I was going to say. So now I have to make it sound a little bit better and a little bit different. It struck me as I sat here doing a lot of listening today that this is a really, on the one hand, it's a really simple problem, but on the other hand, it's a really complicated problem because there's a lot of different stakeholders involved, and there's a lot of history and a lot of legacy, and so there's a lot of inertia in the system. But at the end of the day, it is one system. As a scientific community, we're one body with a heart and a head and limbs and arms and blood, and we all have to kind of move together to make it happen, and that's why it's so difficult. I manage an enormous company, and when we have something we're trying to do, and I have got better at this over the years, when we have something we're trying to do, we put together a strategy. Yeah, and one of the most important things with a strategy is to know actually what you're trying to achieve. What is your vision? What is your endpoint? How are you going to measure success? And over what time frame? What are your key performance indicators? Who is it that you need on your team to actually make it happen? And I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but it seems to me that one of the outcomes of this meeting is to actually really articulate what the vision is, what we think the stages are to get there, what are the key performance indicators, and who's going to be on the team, the core team, the extended team, that we make sure that it has enough time, people, and money that we can actually achieve what we want. So it could be that we're successful. It could be going back to my opening comments, that Nature Precedings was successful, but I set the wrong key performance indicators, so I didn't realize it. So it's really important that we get aligned around what success looks like, and we put the right strategy and the right team in place and the right resources. So I'm wondering, how do you do that? And you would know better than I would how you put this team together with resources. But certainly it's something that I personally would be very happy to contribute to in all different kinds of ways.
I'll just make the obvious comment that this audience is not a set of employees of any single organization.
Exactly,
and we don't have resources.
But I think we could have resources.
Okay.
There's funding agencies, there's publishers, there's institutions. Why couldn't we put together a team that will make this happen? I think if we can do that, we have a much bigger chance of being successful. And it doesn't need to be everybody at the beginning. It just needs to be the folks that matter. And as I said, personally for me and for Nature, I'm happy to commit what we can do to make that happen.
Good.
And so I've started with my kind of positive thing. The only negative thing I would say is that, and there hasn't been a lot of it today, which is good, but I think the easy thing when we get frustrated about something is to blame somebody else, that it's somebody's fault. Be it the publishers, the funders, or whoever, that something isn't happening as fast as we'd like it to be. But the fact is, we are all connected, and it is nobody's single fault. And we all have the power to change it, but we do need to get together in a more cohesive team, something we can recognize and touch and feel, and set that plan and the right objectives into place, and stop pointing the fingers at the publishers, particularly because many of them are trying to make it happen, or the funders, or whoever. Actually, we do have the power to change it, and it's nobody's fault.
Thank you. Of course, you can always say something.
I just want to follow up on that because I think that was dead on exactly what we have to do. But I just want to take an optimistic moment here to say that I think we can really do this. I just want to kind of review where we are right now. Even before this meeting started, a lot of journals have gotten together to say this is a direction that we want to go. I mean, that is a seed. That's a seed. That's a very positive seed. If that expands, that's going to be viewed by the community in a very positive way. So, just want to say that's a fantastic start. And in a year, it may completely change, the way the community perceives this mechanism, and the journal system could change in less than a year, actually. Through many conversations, I've been very optimistic about the funding agency's view of this. That could be a complete game changer. It's not, and you heard this, actually, the most uniform kind of consensus of all the breakout sessions that we've had, the 6 breakout sessions we've had today, the most uniform one in terms of opinion of the value of this mechanism were the funding agency breakout session. And there's reason to believe already that a lot of the funding agencies are looking to move forward on this. I'm just saying optimistically, we can be in a very different situation with regard to that in a year from now, and that will be a complete game changer. I've also heard a lot of people here, Mark just said it, but I think everyone in this room would be willing, Harold said it, go back to our universities, have a town hall meeting to say, we want to get this across both to our students and our postdocs. We want to also get this across to our administrators. Imagine if that happens across, 500 or more institutions, not just in the United States, but around the world. That's an achievable goal. I'm just, I know people look at this and say, we're going to walk out of this meeting and nothing's going to happen. That's not true. I mean, I'm just saying, I think we're at a moment here where we're going to look back at this meeting a year from now and just say, that was the inflection point. And this is not a pipe dream. I think this is really going to happen. And the momentum that we have right now and the positive indicators are very, very strong that this could really happen.
Yeah. A lot of hands.
I
just think this, one thing I would like to say is I think to build up our own morale here, I think that whenever anybody does something, has a meeting, changes the policy of somebody else or other, we should, if we can, put it on the website so we see examples of success. I mean, I just sat here and thought, well, what I would like to do is our department, I'd like to have every time somebody submits a paper that we would put on our website, the reference to the archive in which it's in. It'll serve, it serves as advertisement. People can then go to that site and find out what people are doing in this department. At the same time, it also spreads around the world this view. So I think each of us probably can think of things like that, and we should report that if you can put it on this website. So we just build up our own momentum here, because it is true when we leave the room, we're not all surrounded by each other, but we can still keep touch.
Good suggestion, that will go on Jessica's new page. I see Carol Greider, then Phil.
Mine is actually very quick. It's exactly what Mark just said. I was thinking the same thing, but I was thinking maybe we could get some sort of a chat group or some place where when one of us goes back and does something at our institution, we can report what we did, and then I can get an idea saying, that was a great idea. Maybe I'll go and do that at my institution. So we can give each other ideas in real time electronically.
Jessica will have the page built before we adjourn. Okay, there are a lot of hands, so can you, Daniel, can you sort of get things in right order?
Phil here, and then we're going to go to that side.
Phil, okay.
So I just wanted to offer something actionable on behalf of the NIH, and that is that we would I draft something in the next day or so that sort of summarizes where we are and pass it by all of the NIHs who are actually here to get their endorsement. Then we would, maybe by the 29th, we would have a discussion about that internally. But I think the important thing is...
Institute Directors Meeting, 8:30 on Thursday.
Absolutely. I know it well. But so do you. But the idea would be to continue to be transparent. So in other words, as this moves forward, or doesn't, as the case may be, I think it will undoubtedly, but is to periodically we can figure out what's the best place to do that. We could talk to Ron about that. But we will transparently post where we are in this discussion.
So with regard to promotions committees, it depends a little bit on the structure of your university, but at places like Pitt, there's actually a university-wide promotions committee rather than separate ones with the medical school. And so they presumably have already gotten used to deal with physics and math and fields where this is commonplace. So it should be relatively easy. And then it will happen. And then if you're at a freestanding medical school, you can say, wait, but other universities are doing it at their medical schools because they're coupled to the rest of the sciences. So there may be a way to get some momentum without having to fight.
Well, frankly, that kind of confirmation of an idea, very important in getting the NIH biosketch changed, because there are a lot of places, Howard Hughes, Harvard, and other places that we're already using revision. Dave.
One thing I think you could do with your very simple, limited resources is to make a slide or two that people could use in talks. You could give to department chairs, to us, and we could distribute around and get Stefano to use in his roadshow and so on and so forth. If it just had sort of some of the main talking points, what are some of the advantages, why people should do that?
No, I think the societies have a potential for spreading the word at their annual meetings. Even having a session on this topic and having people who are at this meeting make presentations at society meetings, it draws a lot of attention to issues among thousands of people. There are not that many occasions when that many scientists get together. Back there, let's see who that is.
Yes, Janetta Jones,
Yes,
welcome,
hi.
Tress. So I'm a glass half full person, not a glass half empty, but I'm going to maybe challenge that a little bit. So this morning, absolutely, I think that there was really positive discussion, and broadly, funders, I think, are supportive. But I'd like to explain why I think that is. And I think that is because it's relatively easy for funders to take more of a passive or enabling role. And so it's a pretty much a trivial thing for us to be transparent or to make a few tweaks on a form to be able to add additional information and so forth. Our experience at Welcome is that that's usually not enough. And even in the open access agenda, which my colleague sitting next to me knows better than I do, we did endorse that several years before we took a position to become much more of an interventionist. And I was at the trust at the time when that decision was taken, and that you would think that that was a positive thing, but being inside the trust, we were fielding the phone calls and the angst and a lot of the frustration and concerns by researchers when we took that position. And then I think we went even further, and I mentioned this morning to the panel this morning, that on top of that, we endorsed a solution that introduced competition into a market. So it was not just simply funders being supportive or enabling. It was a decision, at least in that one example, to be more than that. And I think what I would like for us to do is just to be a little bit realistic and think about, I think, some of the suggestions that came earlier, which really is about the partnership that's needed and getting the kind of broader buy-in and the support. Because going forward, I think that it would be really, really difficult to convince funders to kind of bring out that stick model, if you will, and be much more active than that. So I think that the ideal way forward for funders might be to get more people than just the few that were represented in the room today, and to have that kind of broader discussion, because I do think that there's some value in kind of coordinating us in some way. And someone earlier today nicely gave an example where funders are happy to come together, and I think journals probably could similarly be incentivized to do so. So I would just suggest that that's a more realistic step forward.
So I just wanted to raise an issue that I think, although we will start sort of like with baby steps in pushing the system forward, that we should be mindful of the potential sort of revolutionary character that this could have in terms of the way that we do science. I mean, what I see as potentially really exciting in this system is the possibility to essentially do science in a way where you can you present huge data sets that then can be open to a community to sort of work coherently together in some way through a type of interactive system that's just not possible at all with journal publication. And so I know this is a very sort of far off view, but I see this, as a potentiality with this system, because there are many fields now where data is being generated that is just not mined thoroughly, and can be mined thoroughly if that data is put in a framework where it can be used by other people, including, putting the algorithms up, the whole, different ways of assessing that information, and having a framework where people can actually feel free to be able to work collaboratively on data like that, I think sort of opens up all new types of possibilities for how you do science. So that's what really excites me about where the system could go.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. I see a few hands. I also see the clock ticking. This meeting would not be complete if we didn't get back to Dr. Ginsburg, who's patiently waiting to make a comment up in Ithaca. Go ahead.
In my experience, the people for whom it's most important to, and we've heard this from everyone, that their not quite finished papers are considered are the postdocs. EMBO's largest part of funding goes to postdocs. And so I will see that we put in our guidelines that preprints in future, submitted preprints on proper preprint servers, will be considered. I don't know if I can decide that by myself. I have to go and look into our statutes, whether I need approval from council. But I see why, I don't see why that shouldn't be possible, and I don't see why everybody else, all other funders who fund postdoctoral fellowships, where it matters most, because the grad students haven't got their papers together when they have to apply for the fellowship. So that would then, of course, be a huge incentive for these people to put it on, because we don't accept papers that are submitted. So I think that is one area where one could make a big change, and I'll do my best to make that.
I just want to briefly say, if such change occurs, which would be wonderful, please do inform us. And again, we do want to celebrate, even if it is reviewing a preprint on Leap Day, is something as an action as as minor as that to something as momentous as changing.
We're going to have two lists: actions proposed, actions taken.
Yes, we're going to have an actions taken page as well.
Consequences.
Yes. So keep us informed. Keep using the
Dr.
hashtag.
Ginsparg, are you there? Can we have Paul beamed in? Yes, there he is. Now, Paul is making a big impression at this meeting, in part because his head is so big on the screen. Here, he'd just be crouched down, the small head over there. We see every pore of this man's face. Lovable as it is. Go ahead.
Okay, let's see. I'll make this very mercifully brief because it's been late, and actually the discussions at the end were extremely informative. I see. Let's see. I guess I should mention that it's quite refreshing to find that Michael Eisen is so much more circumspect in person than on Twitter. And, I have notated here, he didn't quite say this, but I believe he should have, Bankler, that if it's difficult to build, then they won't come. And, so that's something useful to keep in mind. Regarding the is it safe, I did have the slide yesterday, consciously referring to the scene in Marathon Man with Laurence Olivier as the dentist, and concluded, yes, it was okay. Regarding the incentives, I'm completely with you. I have long said, this was the point of my YouTube analogy, I don't see why you have to require people to do something that's manifestly in their self-interest. So that came through. Archives started with junior people. The junior people were driving it. I was 25 years younger, and most of the people were younger than me at the time. It was really driven by students and postdocs, so that's very important. I'm extremely enthusiastic about the notion of a quantum leap day, and I had a number of technical comments that I won't make that came up about the PDF format, foreign languages, we parse it, recommender systems. Article metrics, I'll just say, obviously, I'm available, and feel free to consult, and that's it.
Great. Well, thanks, Paul. I think we may do a lot of consultation with you over the next few years. I have this feeling, because there's a lot, obviously that we can learn from 25 years of archive. I think maybe now's a good time to close the meeting because we can still enjoy discussions at dinner and at the bar. So the meeting continues there in a friendly way. But this has been an amazing 7-month journey. It just started off with conversations with the 4 of us, and a desire to just try to do something good for the community. And I think, as I said, this meeting turned out more resoundingly positive and energetic than we could have ever hoped. And I said there at the beginning, there was a lot of responsibility for holding this meeting, because you only get a chance to do this meeting once. And, if it doesn't work out, it could be a giant opportunity lost. Like sometimes when we do experiments, how many experiments that would have produced fantastic results did we actually miss? Because we didn't take advantage of the opportunity. So, I think the responsibility now, after this kind of positive direction that we all can take, the responsibility is, I guess, back on us in part as organizers, but I hope we can share that responsibility with the other people in the room here to see if we can actually get somewhere in 1 year. And I do want to just several people to thank here. So first of all, thanks to these organizers. I mean, all of us. It was just an honor and a tremendous privilege to work with them. And I do want to really also highlight. I love Harold, but I'm going to focus on these 2 here because these are junior scientists here, well, not admitted career scientists, Danielle, and Jessica is a postdoc who doesn't even have a position yet. And yeah, well, everyone's going to be offering you a position after this. No, I want to say this because this is not actually a laughing matter. She has devoted a huge amount of her time away from her own personal research, for the good again of everyone in the community. And I think, these two are kind of real role models in behavior of how the whole community has to act. So I want to just... and also, I do want to thank HHMI. Again, they, well, I think everything they do is fantastic, but I think they realized this was a special meeting, and I think they really rose to the occasion of doing everything as well as they could, and they pulled it off seamlessly. I mean, everything just went, we had a very complicated schedule, a lot to get through in 24 hours, and I'm really happy and amazed how much we were able to do, and that we owe a lot of thanks to HHMI. Mike out there, thank you, and your team, and Christabel. So if you go outside, please thank them as well. And I started this whole talk also acknowledging the fact that all of you are busy and all of you have things to do and busy schedules. And again, you took the time because you felt a community service to come here. So without your participation, this meeting and all the great ideas that came out would not have been possible. And I said at the beginning, this not only preprints were an experiment, but this meeting itself was an experiment of how we can act as a community, how we can get together different constituents, all the way from junior scientists to, senior people running funding agencies. And again, I didn't know how that would turn out, but I think it turned out just magnificently. And I think it's very optimistic that we can not only tackle preprints, but other important questions in our profession in a similar manner. So actually, my hat's off to all of you, just not only for the ideas that came out of this meeting. There were so many. I'm going to have to go back and see all these videos again because it was so rich. And also the spirit of cooperativity at this meeting was just outstanding. I mean, it again makes me feel really proud of being a scientist and being part of this profession and realizing, the great things that we can do together as a community. So, I think that experiment was just a huge success. So, with that, official part of the meeting is over. And again, please send your feedback for these next steps, and we will try to articulate something very clear after we digest it back on the website. And let's move forward. Thank you.